Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. Just a small heads up, there are a few ads during the first 10 minutes. After that, the experience is completely ad-free. These stories are created with care, and I hope you'll give them a chance. There's something special here that's hard to find elsewhere. If you enjoy the atmosphere, a like or a subscribe means more than you know, but only if you genuinely want to. Before we begin, tell us where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always comforting to see how connected we all are across the world. Now settle in, and let's begin our night together. This happened to me after I gave birth to my son. It was during my stay at the hospital, shortly after delivery. My labor had complications, and my son was diagnosed with shoulder dystocia. He was immediately admitted to the NICU, while I was sent to a different ward to recover. The hospital itself didn't look like a traditional medical facility. It was more like a two-story hostel with open-air corridors connecting the wards. The NICU was located behind my ward, and to visit my son, I had to walk through the outdoor passageway. In Malaysia, many people believe that mothers who have just given birth should remain indoors during the confinement period. It is said that during this time, when the body is still bleeding and weak, we are more vulnerable to supernatural forces. Blood after childbirth is considered impure and is believed to attract ghosts and evil spirits. Despite these traditional beliefs, I wasn't thinking about anything supernatural that night. It was around midnight when I decided to visit my son in the NICU. As I walked along the corridor, an unsettling feeling crept over me. It felt as though something was watching me. What made it strange was that I was on the first floor, meaning whatever it was would have to be outside, looking in from the open air. But how? The sensation of being followed grew stronger with every step. My skin prickled, and the hair on the back of my neck stood on end. It was the unmistakable sensation of an unseen presence lingering close. Trying to ignore the fear creeping in, I whispered a short prayer and pressed forward until I reached the NICU. After spending some time with my son, I made my way back to my ward. The heavy atmosphere seemed to follow me, but I tried to shake it off. I was exhausted, and all I wanted was to sleep. That night, as I lay in bed, something terrifying happened. A sudden weight pressed down on my body, pinning me in place. I couldn't move, couldn't even lift a finger. Panic surged through me. My breathing became shallow, my heart pounding in my chest. When I managed to open my eyes, I saw them, white and black figures surrounding my bed. And then there were the children, small, ghostly figures darting around me. They looked like tiny human beings, and I could only assume they were the spirits of stillborn children. One of the figures, cloaked in white, spoke to me. Its voice was clear yet distant. "You should not be here. You must go home." The black figure, on the other hand, clung to me, pressing me down as though refusing to let me leave. I struggled, trying to move, trying to scream, but my body remained frozen under its grip. In that moment, I remembered something my mother had once told me. She had warned me that if I ever experienced something like this, something pressing me down, keeping me trapped, I should move my big toes together. Desperate, I focused all my strength on my toes, rubbing them against each other. And just like that, the paralysis broke. The figures vanished, and I gasped for air, finally able to move. I thought it was over, but I was wrong. Every night after that, I experienced the same terror. The paralysis, the figures, the feeling of being trapped. Even after my son and I were discharged and returned home, the presence followed me. It no longer mattered if it was day or night. Whenever I tried to sleep, I would find myself unable to move, suffocated by the invisible force. Terrified, I confided in my family. I also told my neighbor, who lived just across from us, about my experiences. She listened carefully, then gave me a simple but unusual solution. "Put something sharp under your pillow," she advised. "Scissors, nails, anything sharp. It will keep them away." Skeptical but desperate, I followed her instructions. She handed me a 3-inch long nail, which I placed under my pillow that night. I didn't know what to expect, but I was willing to try anything for a peaceful night's sleep. To my shock, it worked. That night, and every night after, I slept without disturbance. The heavy presence, the paralysis, the whispering figures, all of it vanished. I had finally found peace again. To this day, I still don't know what those entities were or why they targeted me. Was it because of the confinement beliefs? Was it something tied to the hospital itself? I may never know. But what I do know is that ever since placing that nail under my pillow, I have never been haunted again. Touched wood. Growing up, I lived in a house that I'm certain was haunted, though not by anything malicious. If anything, I believe at least one benevolent ghost resided there. I know it's not something easily explained, but I've always believed hauntings to be real. Strange occurrences were common. Items would vanish for days, only to reappear later in plain sight, in places we had already searched. One particular incident stands out. When I was 13, I stumbled across my mother's wedding ring, the same one she had lost years earlier while out at yard sales when I was just a toddler. I found it resting under the edge of our TV, placed atop an old steamer trunk we used to store blankets during the summer. It had been in full view, meaning it couldn't have been sitting there unnoticed all those years. It was as if someone, or something, had returned it after all that time. Another experience I remember vividly happened when I was homesick from school. I was lying in bed, dozing off while my mother, who had just returned from substitute teaching, busied herself in the kitchen. I was still in that in-between state of wakefulness when, suddenly, I felt an invisible force push me down into the bed. It wasn't subtle. I physically felt myself being pressed downward, my perspective shifting slightly as the mattress creaked beneath me. Instantly, I snapped to full alertness, my mind racing with confusion and disbelief. Then, almost immediately after, the smoke alarm outside my bedroom door blared. I bolted upright and ran out into the hall, discovering that the upstairs was filled with thick, choking smoke. Following the source, I rushed downstairs to find my mother standing over the stove, her face lit by the glow of an absolutely charred disaster of a meal. She had burned something so badly that smoke filled the entire upper floor. Looking back, I can't shake the feeling that whatever presence pushed me down was trying to warn me, to wake me before the smoke got worse. When I moved out and bought my own house, I assumed those strange but oddly protective experiences were behind me. I was wrong. But this time, what I encountered was far from comforting. One night, when I was still a bachelor, I woke up abruptly around 3 a.m., gripped by an overwhelming sense of malevolence. It wasn't just unease, it was primal, instinctual fear. I opened my eyes and saw it. A figure, completely black, stood in my bedroom. It wasn't merely dark, it was an absence of light itself, a void in the shape of a man. It was massive, stretching from the floor to the ceiling, easily 9 feet tall. But what disturbed me most was its appearance. It wasn't smooth or shadowy like you'd expect. It looked blocky, almost pixelated, as if it were made up of distorted, jagged fragments. It had no discernible eyes, yet I felt it watching me. Now, I've been a paramedic and a firefighter for years. I don't scare easily. But that night, I felt something I had never experienced before. Pure, unfiltered terror. A single thought slammed into my mind with an almost deafening intensity. Defend yourself, or die. I reacted instantly. At the time, I kept a loaded 9mm Beretta on my nightstand. Living alone, I knew the kind of crime that sometimes plagued the area, and I wanted to be prepared. Without hesitation, I lunged for the gun. But before my hand could even reach it, the figure moved. It didn't just fade away or disappear. It shot through the outside wall at an impossible speed, vanishing into the night. 1 second, it was there. The next, it was gone. The fear lingered, but I was left with an overwhelming sense of something else: uncertainty. Whatever it had been, it had watched me. How long had it been there before I woke up? Why had it come? And most unsettling of all, had it meant me harm? I never saw it again. Time passed, and I eventually met my wife, the love of my life. We now have 2 kids, and the gun is locked away in the cabinet, far from reach. Perhaps the figure was just as startled by my reaction as I was by its presence. Maybe it never returned because I had made it clear that I would fight back. But there's one thought that still lingers in my mind, one question that gnaws at me whenever I recall that night. Suppose I had actually fired at it. Suppose I pulled the trigger 7 times. But when I checked the wall, only 5 bullet holes were there. There was a time when I shared a bedroom with my younger brother. It was 1976, and I was about 7 years old. Since I was the older one, I had the top bunk of our bunk bed. Our bedroom was on the main floor of our 2-story house, while our parents slept upstairs. We lived in Mill Valley, a small town just north of the Golden Gate. One quiet evening, I lay awake in my bed, staring down the hallway that led to my bedroom. For a moment I looked away, but when I turned back, I saw something in the hallway. It was large, luminous, and unmistakable. It was an angel. Because of my religious upbringing, I assumed it was my guardian angel. He was immense, his head reaching the ceiling and his sides nearly touching the walls. Though he wasn't transparent, the edges of his form seemed to shimmer faintly. A set of wings extended from behind him, and he emanated a soft, otherworldly glow. The house was silent, so quiet that I could hear the hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. He stood motionless in the hallway, looking straight at me. Oddly, I wasn't afraid. Instead, I was curious, though not entirely surprised. I watched him for a while, simply observing his presence. Then I glanced away again for just a second. When I looked back, he was gone. But then something even stranger happened. From the staircase upstairs, I sensed movement. At first, I wasn't sure what I was seeing, but then a line of people began descending the steps. One by one, they turned the corner and proceeded down the hallway towards me. These were no ordinary people, though. Like the angel, they had a pale, semi-transparent form, but something about them was distorted. They were compressed, shrunken down to about 3 feet tall. They moved in a strange, staggered, almost mechanical way, as if they weren't quite part of this reality. Their clothing was unmistakably from another time. One man wore a top hat. A woman carried a parasol on her shoulder. They didn't acknowledge my presence. They simply continued walking down the hall. When they reached the exact spot where the angel had stood moments before, they vanished, one by one, disappearing as if stepping through an unseen doorway. I've thought a lot about this experience. At the time, my parents were involved in various spiritual practices, including a program called Mind Dynamics. It was one of those popular movements in the 1970s, where people sought answers beyond the physical world. I now believe such practices can unknowingly invite unwanted entities. There was always an unsettling presence in the house, particularly upstairs. My cousin, who briefly stayed there, claimed to have felt it. My father later admitted that he had once seen a devil standing at the foot of his bed. In retrospect, I think the angel I saw was there to protect us, especially my brother and me. Soon after that night, my brother and I witnessed something else that still baffles me. We were both looking out our bedroom window when, suddenly, a ball of fire came racing toward us. It was roughly the size of a basketball. I thought it was going to crash through the glass, but just before impact, it stopped abruptly and made a perfect 90-degree turn to the left. My brother and I stared at each other in shock, wordlessly confirming that we had seen the same thing. Even now, I believe that ball of fire was another form of protection. A warning, perhaps. A reminder that there are forces beyond our understanding, some watching over us, some lingering in the shadows, and some passing through doorways unseen. The first time I met Bridget, I was in Minnesota visiting my cousins and my aunt. My ex-fiancée was staying with them at the time, sleeping on a cot in my cousin's room. Our breakup had been messy, but since he was a close friend of my cousin Tyler, I had to tolerate his presence. Tyler and his friend Josh were deeply interested in the occult. They had been for years, and Tyler had recently moved into a new apartment near a lake. I liked the place well enough. The boys told me that they often went ghost hunting after my aunt went to sleep, and I was immediately intrigued. I told them I wanted to join. That night, after my aunt went to bed and my younger cousin Samuel had fallen asleep on the floor next to the couch where I would be sleeping, Tyler and Josh told me they were heading out. I quickly got up and followed. There was an electric energy about them, something both excited and serious as we made our way out of the apartment and down to the lake. Everything around me felt oddly stirred, as though the very air carried a charge. I kept seeing shadows that didn't make sense, moving in places where nothing should be. When I mentioned it, the boys exchanged satisfied glances, as if they had been expecting this. At one point, I spotted a figure standing across the water on a thin strip of land that jutted out into the lake. It was covered with trees, and it wasn't a place people usually went to, especially not at night. The figure was dark, appearing human in shape. It raised a hand and waved at me. Without thinking, I waved back. It seemed friendly enough. Immediately, Tyler and Josh reprimanded me for acknowledging it. As they turned their attention to something near the tree line, I found myself drawn to the water. A dark shape moved beneath the surface, darting from one side of the lake to the other. My gaze followed it until I saw two small, glowing white orbs hovering on the opposite bank. A deep sense of peace washed over me. The sight of them made me smile, filling me with an overwhelming calm. I turned to tell Tyler and Josh, but they had stepped protectively between me and the tree line. Something about their posture made me pause, and I decided against saying anything. When I turned back, I found myself face to face with something I had not expected. It was a statue of a woman, standing impossibly close. It hadn't been there a moment ago. The stone had a clay-like appearance, and black lines were etched into its surface, forming the image of a kind-faced woman draped in a full-length cloak adorned with intricate Celtic knots. I stared, startled but not afraid. The statue remained just long enough for me to take in the details before vanishing as suddenly as it had appeared. An instinct told me to trust what I had seen. Whatever it was good. A wave of tranquility settled over me, so profound that I couldn't bring myself to be afraid. I don't remember if I said anything to Tyler or Josh after that, only that they hurried me back to the apartment. Once inside, they told me they were going back out but insisted I stay behind. They wanted to face whatever was out there on their own, convinced I would be safer inside. Left alone with Samuel, who was still fast asleep, I sat on the couch, letting the hum of the television fill the silence. But my mind kept returning to the statue. Something about it felt significant, though I couldn't explain why. As I sat there, a blue light caught my attention from the hallway leading to the boys' room. I turned just in time to see a woman with long, straight hair walking towards the end of the hall. Her figure was wispy, glowing with a pale blue light. She looked fragile, almost unreal. She stopped at the end of the hallway, staring at my sleeping cousin. Even though she was an incredibly vivid apparition, the calm I had felt from the statue lingered. I wasn't afraid. I spoke to her, greeting her and asking what she wanted. She didn't acknowledge me, her gaze locked onto Samuel. I told her that he was sleeping in the living room with me, that I wouldn't wake him. Only then did she turn and glide back into the boys' room. The guys returned not long after. I think I told Tyler about what I had seen, because he mentioned that Samuel had a ghost friend who lived in their closet. Samuel always saw her as a little girl. That realization unsettled me. I had seen a grown woman, cloaked in blue, fixated on my cousin. My best friend, when she stayed overnight, once heard something growl and shatter a fan inside that room. Whatever it was, I was relieved it had stayed away from me. Even after returning home, I couldn't stop thinking about the statue woman. I started researching the cells, hoping to find some connection. Eventually, I came across an artist's rendition of Bridget. The resemblance to the statue was undeniable. The more images I found, the more certain I became. I had seen Bridget's likeness that night at the lake. I couldn't shake the feeling that she had been protecting me, giving me the strength to remain calm when faced with the blue woman. That wasn't the last time I saw her. About a year later, I attempted astral projection at my aunt's new house. They had moved into an old home closer to St. Paul, occupying the first floor and basement. I had talked about this experience in my story about Abigail, as this was the first time I had truly seen her. I started my projection in Samuel's room, since he was away at school and my belongings were stored there. I wandered through the house, exploring the dining room and kitchen in my altered state. Strange things appeared before me, but none of them mattered once I returned to my body. Because she was there. My head rested in her lap, and she was gazing down at me with the kindest smile I had ever seen. Her hand brushed gently through my hair, soothing, protective. Her hair was long, wavy, a natural red, and her skin was lightly freckled. She wore an earth-toned dress with a green and yellow cloak, and a warm golden light surrounded her. I stared at her, unable to move, unable to speak, overwhelmed by the sheer presence of her. And then she disappeared. But even though I could no longer see her, I could still feel her there. Watching. Protecting. Nothing else I had seen during the projection mattered. The experience of her presence eclipsed it all. She was glorious. And I felt deeply touched, knowing someone was watching over me. She looked like an angel, and maybe, in some way, she was. I continued to feel her presence whenever I visited Minnesota after that. There was no mistaking her energy. Once you had been in her presence, you knew the feeling. But outside of Minnesota, I never sensed her. I consider myself incredibly blessed to have seen her at all. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Our company had expanded its operations, giving me the opportunity to visit new places. These travels brought many experiences, both bitter and sweet. As part of the expansion process, I was sent along with my colleague Samar to Sivan, a district in Bihar, to evaluate the progress of setting up a new branch office. Sivan was a small city, lacking in development. Bihar had long been affected by Maoist and Naxal activities, leaving a clear impact. Despite its wealth of natural resources, the region suffered from poverty, inadequate education infrastructure, and subpar medical facilities. We arrived late on a Saturday evening, our hotel rooms already booked. After checking in, we decided to explore the local market. Given the late hour, most shops had already closed, limiting how much we could see. Rather than dining at the hotel, we opted to try roadside delicacies from nearby stalls. Once satisfied, we returned to our rooms. It was close to midnight when I heard a faint yet deeply unsettling scream. It wasn't particularly loud, but it was enough to grab my attention. As I sat up in bed, a hard knock sounded at my door. Curious, I opened it and looked outside. The long corridor was completely empty. Given its length, it would have been difficult for anyone to knock and disappear so quickly. As I turned back to close the door, a sudden chill brushed against the back of my neck, followed by a foul stench filling the room. From past experiences, I recognized these as signs of paranormal activity. Without hesitation, I retrieved my Hanuman Chalisa, a Hindu devotional hymn believed to ward off negative energies, and placed it under my pillow before going back to sleep. That night, I slept soundly. The next morning, Samar and I met for breakfast in the dining hall. As we ate, he hesitated before asking if I had noticed anything strange the previous night. Up to that point, I hadn't mentioned my experience. Playing it off, I told him I hadn't noticed anything unusual. He then confided that someone had knocked on his door, and when he opened it, no one was there. Upon returning to his room, he discovered that his previously locked windows were now wide open. Though he had turned off the air conditioning, he had spent the night shivering uncontrollably. He told me he wasn't feeling well. Having traveled with Samar on multiple assignments, I could tell he was truly disturbed. I reasoned that he might be exhausted from our long tours and suggested we visit a doctor that afternoon. We spent the morning, from 9:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m., overseeing the ongoing work at the branch office, offering expertise and guidance where needed. Later, we visited a local doctor, who ordered pathology tests. After submitting Samar's samples, we returned to work for another 4 hours before calling it a day. By the time we got back to the hotel, it was 9:15 p.m. After dinner, we retired to our rooms. Wanting an early night, I prepared for bed, prayed, and quickly dozed off. What happened next still baffles me. In my dream, I saw a white chariot adorned with fresh tuberose flowers, their fragrance filling the air. At its center lay a dead body covered in white silk. Surrounding the chariot were men clad in white, their faces blank and expressionless. Despite their mourning gestures, the silence was deafening. Leading the procession, one man carried a clay urn filled with water, rose petals floating on the surface. I tried to see the face of the deceased, but I couldn't. The entire scene left me deeply disturbed. I awoke drenched in sweat, my heart racing. Confused, I tried to make sense of the dream. Why had I seen such a thing? What connection did it have to me? This was the second night in a row I had experienced something unnatural in that room. I checked my watch. It was 12:33 a.m., the same time I had heard the scream the previous night. That was enough for me. I decided to leave the room. I called the reception desk, asking if another room was available. Unfortunately, the hotel was fully booked. With no choice but to stay, I turned on the television for distraction and forced myself to rest on the couch. I must have dozed off for a few hours when my phone rang. It was Samar. His voice trembled with fear. Without hesitation, I rushed to his room. He looked pale and shaken. When I asked what had happened, he told me that after exiting the bathroom, he saw someone lying on his bed, their back turned toward him. Confused and alarmed, he asked who they were and how they had entered his room. Before he could react, the figure dissolved into mist and disappeared into thin air. That was the final straw. I told him to gather his belongings immediately. We were leaving. I quickly packed up my things as well. As I did a final check to ensure I had everything, I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. Turning my head slightly, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A creature with glowing scarlet eyes stood in the shadows. Its form resembled that of a large quadrupedal animal, yet it was unlike anything I had ever seen before. It was grotesque, monstrous, something beyond human comprehension. Fear gripped me, but I refused to stand there and observe it any longer. We checked out of the hotel early in the morning and moved to another hotel 5 kilometers away. Samar, whether from illness or sheer terror, decided to cut his trip short and return home. I completed the remaining 2 days of work alone. Nothing unusual happened after we left that place. When Samar's test results came back, everything was normal. I wasn't surprised. I already knew what had happened to him wasn't physical. It was something far beyond. But even now, some things remain unexplained. The dream, the creature, the strange presence in that hotel. It is impossible to predict what exists within the hidden corners of the paranormal world. My brother and I have always been sensitive to spirits, though he seems to attract more harmful entities than I do. Our mother has the ability to communicate with the deceased through photographs, though she has never seen a spirit in person. Our father has brief and sporadic encounters, but nothing consistent. The rest of our siblings have never claimed to experience anything paranormal, and, in fact, are deeply afraid of it, despite never having seen anything themselves. About 5 years ago, my family lived in Georgia. We rented a modest 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartment in a neighborhood that wasn't exactly the safest, but it wasn't outright dangerous either. My father worked as a truck driver and was often away, leaving my mother, siblings, and me at home. Occasionally, my aunt would stay with us as well. The apartment itself was nothing remarkable, just a simple rental with the kind of character you'd expect in a well-worn home. It didn't feel ominous or eerie when we first moved in, though my brother's room would later prove to be the epicenter of events that would terrify him for months. The layout of the apartment is a little hazy now, but most of the activity took place in my brother's bedroom. At the time, both of my brothers shared the room. It was small and carpeted, with a large rug featuring a colorful cityscape for play. The room was square-shaped, leaving no hidden areas apart from the closet. A bunk bed sat against one wall, with one side and one end pressed up against the corner. Across from the bed, a large window took up much of the wall, and to the left was the closet and a toy box. The space between the bunk bed and the window was no more than 1.5 yards. The way my brother slept positioned his line of sight nearly parallel with the bedroom door. The disturbances started soon after we moved in. Every night, without fail, between 3 and 4 a.m., my brother would be awakened by a deep male voice asking, "Are you still awake?" At the same time, he would feel a firm tap on his back. When I asked him to demonstrate, he pressed his whole hand against my back with several solid pats. He explained that it always felt like a large, masculine hand, not just fingers, but the entire palm pressed against his skin. The voice was always the same, deep, slow, and unsettling. At first, he dismissed it as part of his imagination, a trick played by exhaustion. But as the days passed and the experience repeated night after night, he could no longer ignore it. The voice was real. The touch was real. Something was happening in that room. Whenever this voice woke him, he would sit up, but he never saw the entity that spoke. Instead, he would be greeted by something else. Each time, he instinctively knew that the figures before him were different from the one that had woken him. They were tall, scrawny but muscular, with coarse black shoulder-length hair and tattered brown loincloths. Their humanoid faces bore sharp, animal-like teeth, and their eyes glowed a piercing amber. One had red skin, the other had blue, both streaked with black markings that looked like paint rather than natural pigmentation. But the most bizarre feature was their tails, long, monkey-like appendages that moved with an eerie fluidity. He was frozen in shock, fear gripping him as he tried to process what he was seeing. Then, without warning, a deafening bang erupted from his closet. Instinctively, he shut his eyes, flinching at the sudden noise. When he opened them again, the figures were gone. The only thing left was the faint sound of footsteps fading into the night. He spent the rest of that night wide awake, refusing to close his eyes again until daylight. That was not the last time he encountered something unexplainable in that room. Another night, as usual, he was roused by the same voice and the same question. This time, when he opened his eyes, he saw a silhouette standing in front of the bedroom window. The figure was entirely black, a person-shaped void. He couldn't make out any features. No eyes, no mouth, no clear indication of gender, just an ominous, shadowy presence. It stood there, unmoving, as if it were watching. My brother stared back, unwilling to look away. After a few agonizing moments, the shadow simply turned and walked out of the room. The experiences escalated from there. Some nights, the voice was accompanied by a shuffling sound, like heavy feet moving just out of sight. On other nights, the air would grow thick and heavy, pressing down on him like an unseen force. One time, he woke to find his blankets neatly folded at the foot of the bed, though he distinctly remembered falling asleep with them wrapped tightly around him. Objects in the room moved inexplicably, small things at first, like books and toys shifting positions overnight. But one night, he swore he saw the closet door creak open on its own, revealing nothing but blackness inside. His fear was growing, but what terrified him the most was the feeling that whatever was in the room with him wanted something. It wasn't just watching, it was waiting. Then, there was the night of the whispering. He woke as usual, but this time, there was no voice asking him if he was awake. Instead, he heard hushed whispers, layered upon one another, coming from the darkness. The words were indistinct, spoken in a language he couldn't understand, but the intent behind them felt wrong. Malicious. Like a conversation he wasn't meant to hear. He pulled the blanket over his head, squeezing his eyes shut until morning. These occurrences continued for the entire 5 months we lived in that apartment. Each night brought a different entity, a different presence, but always the same deep male voice at the start. The moment we moved out, however, everything stopped. My brother has never seen those figures again. He still doesn't know what they were or what their presence meant, but he remembers them vividly, and the experience has left him with many unanswered questions. What was happening in that room? And what exactly did my brother see? In the mid-1980s, I worked in an office on the attic floor of a converted Georgian terrace property in Northgate Street, Berry Street, Edmonds, a town steeped in ghost stories, apparitions, and legends of underground tunnels connecting the abbey to various points in town. Given this history, it wasn't unusual for office conversations to include tales of ghostly monks and haunted cellars. The building had once been a grand home, possibly belonging to wealthy traders, but by the time I worked there, it had been converted into office space. The staff entrance was through a black-painted back gate, leading down a short pathway past the dilapidated garage with black doors. From there, a narrow corridor led to 2 flights of stairs, opening into a bright, airy office that became noticeably eerie as daylight faded. I shared the office with several colleagues, including 2 middle-aged women, Carol and Pauline. Carol was shy but pleasant, while Pauline, a little older, had a nervous disposition and always seemed to view life with a half-full cup of tea in hand. One particular mid-morning, Carol suddenly announced in a dramatic tone, "My mother is in the room." At that exact moment, a picture crashed to the floor from the back wall, nearly 10 feet away from us. We exchanged startled glances. Carol dismissed it as nothing, but we all knew that her mother had passed away just a few months earlier. Despite the unsettling coincidence, we returned to our work and didn't discuss it further. A week later, we finally talked about the incident, and like mischievous teenagers, we decided to conduct a séance during our lunch break. Pauline needed some convincing, but eventually she agreed. When lunchtime arrived, we realized none of us had any experience with séances. What began as a somewhat joking affair quickly turned into something much stranger. We joined hands calling out phrases like, "Anyone there?" and "2 knocks for yes, 1 for no." We even laughed about asking for the next grand national winner's name. We sat casually around my desk in wheeled office chairs. I leaned back, eyes closed, almost drifting into a nap, while Carol and Pauline sat upright with their eyes shut. And then it happened. Pauline suddenly spoke, her voice sharp with alarm. "Who was that standing behind you?" she asked. At that exact moment, an incredibly vivid vision filled my mind. It was a coachman, just like the ones depicted on old Peak Friend's biscuit tins. He wore a traditional coachman's hat, long gray hair spilling from underneath, and a brown coat. In my mind's eye, he had just dismounted from his coach, his posture proud and commanding. The image was so clear it felt real, but I dared not mention it. "There is nobody behind me," I said firmly. But Pauline was insistent. She began describing exactly what I had just seen in my mind. "It was a man," she said, her voice wavering. "Right behind you. He was wearing 1800s clothing, a coachman's hat, long gray hair, a brown coat, like a coach driver, maybe on a mail run." I was dumbfounded. She had seen the same figure I had envisioned, down to the smallest details. But rather than admitting it, I brushed it off. "You must have dozed off and been dreaming," I said, forcing a laugh. "I nearly did myself." Pauline was unconvinced, but we decided not to dwell on the matter. We didn't want to make fools of ourselves, so we carried on with the day and never spoke of the coachman again. Months passed. One afternoon, I was talking with the building's landlord near the office window. The view overlooked the dilapidated garage, which I had never paid much attention to before. I had been meaning to ask him if anyone had ever reported strange occurrences in the building, but before I could, he unknowingly sent a shiver down my spine. "We're going to redevelop the coach house," he said. "Make it into another office." I blinked, suddenly alert. "Coach house?" I asked, staring at the old, rundown garage. He nodded. "Yes, this grand old house used to have a coach and driver in the old days. Servants lived here, too, in the attic." A cold shudder ran through me. All this time, we had been working above what was once the living quarters of a long-forgotten coachman. The very presence that Pauline had seen standing behind me. The one I had glimpsed in my own mind. I resolved never to tell the ladies. It all started a few months ago when I asked a close friend if she believed in the paranormal. I had always been interested in it, and to my relief, she said yes. When I pressed further, she hesitated before admitting that she had been considering the possibility that she could sense spirits. We discussed it in depth and came to the conclusion that she could, in fact, feel their presence. After that, she admitted something unsettling. She had felt multiple entities in my home ever since her first visit. Curious and a little uneasy, I asked her about them. She told me she sensed about 4 presences, 1 positive, 2 negative, and 1 neutral. The energies of the negative ones were particularly strong. One of them, she said, resided in my bedroom, while the other roamed throughout the house. The energy was especially intense in the main bathroom and in the corner of the kitchen. The thought of my home being occupied by unseen forces disturbed me, but at the same time, I was intrigued. Eventually, I decided to attempt communication with them. Through a series of interactions, I discovered that there were actually 3 negative entities, a spirit of a little girl, and a protective presence. One of the negative entities spoke to me directly while my friend was with me, and what it said left me confused. It claimed that none of them wanted to harm me, they just liked to mess with and scare me. That much had already been obvious, especially from the one in the bathroom, which often knocked things over. At first, I believed what it said, but as time went on, I grew skeptical. The entity had lied to me multiple times, even admitting that it liked to play games by giving me false answers. That unsettled me, but my friend didn't seem too bothered, so I tried to brush it off. Talking to it felt strangely casual, almost like talking to a friend who enjoyed teasing me. My friend and I were relaxed during the conversation, seeing how the entity interacted. At one point I joked, "Maybe I should just become antisocial and only talk to the entity." To my shock, it immediately responded, "Yes." I hesitated, hoping it was just playing along as before. "Would you like it if I became antisocial and only talked to you?" I asked nervously. Again it replied, "Yes." Something about that chilled me. This wasn't like its previous playful responses. It felt serious. I didn't want to continue the conversation, but thankfully, we had to leave anyway. I tried to forget about it, but something lingered in my mind, the thought that this entity wanted me isolated. Not long after that, I began experiencing episodes that felt like dissociation. These only happened in either the bathroom or my bedroom, the same places where my friend said the negative entities lingered. When it happened, I would be unable to move, as if something were holding me in place. My mind would feel distant, my body disconnected, and a dull pain would spread through my stomach. It started occurring frequently, and it scared me. I had never experienced anything like it before. Concerned, I reached out to another friend who was more experienced with the paranormal. He was 19 and had dealt with countless paranormal encounters in the past. I explained my symptoms to him, and he immediately said that it sounded like an entity was trying to communicate with me. I recalled this during another conversation with the negative entity, and asked if it had ever attempted to communicate with me before. It answered yes. Then I asked if it was responsible for my dissociation episodes. It quickly said no, but something felt off. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was lying. It had already admitted to lying before, and it just seemed too coincidental that these episodes had only started happening after learning about the entities. I had no medical condition that could explain them, and the idea that an unseen force was causing them terrified me. The worst experience, however, is one I will never forget. I was alone in my bedroom, watching a show I had recently become invested in. The episode one was watching was particularly intense, and I found myself getting worked up. Then something changed. My mild annoyance escalated into full-blown anger, rage even. Before I realized what was happening, my body became paralyzed, much like during my dissociation episodes. My breathing grew heavier, and my mind went blank. My eyes were locked onto the TV, but I wasn't actually seeing it. Without noticing, the TV had stopped working. The screen was completely black. The anger in the room felt suffocating, thick, unnatural. It wasn't my own anger. I was certain of that. My stomach and throat started to ache, and in that moment, something inside me screamed to fight back. Though I still couldn't move, I regained a sliver of control over my thoughts. I repeated phrases in my mind. This isn't you. Calm down, you aren't doing this. Something else is. You need to fight it. Focus. Try to move. Snap out of it. I kept struggling, but every time I managed to regain a little movement or control, I would feel myself slipping back into that blind rage. It was as if something was trying to pull me under. I fought for what felt like an eternity before I finally managed to fully break free. Shaking, I bolted from the room and joined my family in the living room. I couldn't be alone. That night, I slept in my mom's room out of sheer fear. Since then, nothing quite as extreme has happened, but smaller, strange things still occur. One time, I felt a sharp burning sensation on my wrist, similar to the sting of a fresh cut. When I looked, I saw a red mark, though there was no reason for it to be there. Moments later, it vanished as if nothing had happened. Another time, I decided to sleep with my door closed. When I woke up, my mom mentioned that my door had been locked all night. I hadn't touched the lock. Looking back, I realized that during this period, I was struggling with severe depression. While there were stressful things happening in my life, my emotions felt amplified, as if my sadness and stress were being unnaturally heightened. I began shutting people out, even my closest friends, without really understanding why. I was withdrawing into myself, becoming isolated. My friend later suggested that the entities may have been feeding off of my vulnerability, using my weakened state to manipulate me. She had read that malicious entities often target people in distress, pushing them deeper into isolation to gain control. Neither of us know for sure what was happening in my home, but I still wonder, was something truly trying to take advantage of me? And if so, why? A very unfortunate event took place in November 2011. I live in a 12-story apartment building, and my family occupies the 9th floor. One weekday morning, a foul odor began circulating through the floors. At first, my father thought it might be coming from the biogas plant on the terrace, but even after checking, the stench persisted. Soon, complaints began pouring in from other residents, all disturbed by the overwhelming smell. 2 women were responsible for cleaning the building premises every day. As the complaints grew louder, they decided to investigate the source of the odor. They started from the top, the 12th floor, and worked their way down. It wasn't until they reached the 10th floor, the one directly above us, that they realized where the smell was strongest. They knocked on the door of an apartment but received no response. The smell was unbearable, and the air felt heavy. After multiple attempts to get an answer, the decision was made to call the police. When the officers arrived, they assessed the situation and quickly realized that the door was locked from the inside, indicating someone was, or had been, inside. With no other option, they forced the door open. What they found sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. Inside, on the sofa, lay the lifeless body of a man. He had been dead for at least 2 or 3 days. The scene was disturbing, his body eerily still, with no clear sign of what had happened to him. The authorities quickly took control of the situation, and soon the coroners arrived to remove the body. The entire apartment complex fell into an eerie silence as they carried him out through the main elevator. Downstairs, children had been playing as usual, oblivious to the grim events unfolding above them. One child happened to witness the body being transported out and, terrified, ran upstairs to her apartment. The discovery of the body shook the entire building. Many residents, gripped by fear of what they believed could be paranormal activity following the man's death, hastily left the premises. Out of the 44 families that lived there, only 2 remained. The rest had fled, leaving the building eerily empty. That same evening, at around 10 p.m., strange occurrences began. Footsteps echoed in the hallways, knocks resounded on doors, and windows rattled as if an unseen force were pounding against them. Glass shattered in the distance. My curiosity overpowered my fear, and I decided to open the door to see for myself. But when I did, there was nothing, only an empty, dimly lit hallway with windows ajar, the cold night air drifting inside. My parents dismissed the noises as nothing more than the wind, but I wasn't convinced. Determined to witness more, I decided to stay up until midnight. As the clock struck 12, the disturbances intensified. Heavy footsteps reverberated through the stairwell, as if someone was trudging up the stairs. The sound of chairs scraping against the floor echoed through the silence, followed by high-pitched squeaks and screeches. The air inside the apartment felt colder. My body tensed with fear. Despite my growing unease, I tried to convince myself that it was just my imagination. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I retreated to bed. Sometime during the night, I awoke with a jolt. My room was eerily silent, but something felt off. As my vision adjusted to the darkness, I noticed a shadowy figure standing in front of my dressing table, dressed in white. My breath caught in my throat. My mind raced, trying to rationalize what I was seeing. Could it be the curtain drapes playing tricks on my eyes? Perhaps I was still dreaming? Desperate for clarity, I reached for the light switch and flicked it on. But the moment the room was illuminated, the figure vanished. I scanned the room, searching every corner, every shadow, but there was nothing. Heart pounding, I checked the rest of the apartment, but everything appeared normal. Confused and shaken, I finally crawled back into bed, forcing myself to sleep. The next morning, I recounted the experience to my mother. Rather than listening, she immediately scolded me, blaming my love for horror movies for fueling my imagination. Frustrated, I challenged her. "If you don't believe me, why don't you sleep in my room tonight?" She accepted, confident that she would prove me wrong. That night, she lay beside me in my room. Everything was quiet at first, but as the night stretched on, the same eerie presence returned. My mother woke up in shock, her breath heavy. She turned to me with wide eyes, finally understanding what I had been trying to tell her. She had seen it too, the same figure standing by the dressing table, just as I had described. The next morning, she finally admitted, "They are harmless. They won't hurt us unless we hurt them." Even now, years later, the presence remains. It hasn't changed, hasn't left, and still lingers in the apartment as if watching over us. It serves as a chilling reminder that we are never truly alone. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Recently, I went on a trip to South Padre Island with my best friend, her fiancé, and my ex from 6 years ago. We had an amazing time, visiting various locations rumored to be haunted. While I didn't see anything unusual at most of these places, my best friend's fiancé, Austin, claimed he saw something at the Presidio La Bahia in Goliad. We arrived at the mission around 7 p.m., long after it had closed at 4:45 p.m. After the long drive from South Padre Island, we decided to stretch our legs and walk around the perimeter of the building. I was busy taking pictures, as I often do, while Austin was peering into every crevice he could find. My best friend and my ex were admiring the architecture, and we were all engaged in conversation, enjoying ourselves. The first time Austin looked through a small opening, he immediately said he saw people on the tower and sighed. He was convinced there were still people on the premises, but given that the mission had been closed for hours, we found it unlikely. We all took turns peeking through the same openings, but none of us saw anything. The place had been locked up since late afternoon, and even if it took staff an extra hour to tidy up, there was no reason for anyone to still be there. Additionally, there were no other cars in the parking area besides ours. Yet, Austin was insistent. He had seen people. I believed him, though I wasn't convinced they were still among the living. Despite that eerie moment, I didn't personally experience anything conclusive, at least, not yet. I was starting to think I'd go the entire trip without encountering something undeniably paranormal. There was a brief moment on the beach that left me wondering, but it hadn't felt significant enough to dwell on. During our stay at South Padre Island, we spent a total of 6 hours at the beach, with at least 2 or 3 of those hours after dark. We were searching for seashells and chasing sand crabs along the shore. The night was strangely quiet for a Gulfside beach, the stars shimmering brightly through thin clouds. We had our flashlights and each other's company, making it a perfect evening. At one point, I turned my flashlight toward the ocean, simply to admire the waves and ensure no crabs were near my feet. On the very edge of my light's reach, I caught a glimpse of a figure, a person standing just taller than me. My immediate thought was that it had to be either my best friend or my ex. It wasn't Austin. He was much taller. I flicked my flashlight directly onto the figure just as my best friend walked past me on the opposite side. But when I looked again, there was nothing. The figure had disappeared. I scanned the beach to confirm where everyone was. Lindsay was ahead of me, Austin just in front of her, and Scott was near the water. All three of them were accounted for, yet I knew I had seen someone standing there. And now they were gone. I almost didn't mention this moment because we had been in the dark, relying on flashlights that, while decent, weren't the strongest. Still, it unsettled me. I had clearly seen someone, or something, standing there. The real defining moment of the trip, however, happened far from the coast. On our way back, we stopped in Gonzales, Texas, to stretch our legs and use the restroom. After hours of driving, we needed the break. The gas station we pulled into had a set of bathrooms connected behind a glass door. I can't recall the exact name of the place, something with a G, but I do remember they sold either Shell or Valero gas, and the station was located at the southern edge of town. We all went through the glass door into a tiled area where the bathrooms were located. The men's and women's restrooms were separated by a wall, and it took a moment to locate the signs indicating which was which. Scott spotted them first and pointed Lindsay and me toward ours. Inside, there were 3 regular stalls, but only 2 had their doors open, one of them being the handicap stall. I don't like using handicap stalls unless absolutely necessary, so I hesitated. I looked at the closed stalls, debating which one to knock on, feeling awkward about the whole situation. Then I glanced at the handicap stall and saw something that made my stomach drop. A woman was peeking at me from the edge of the open stall door. She had dark skin, long black hair, and wore jeans with a vibrant, tropical patterned shirt full of reds and purples. The details of her figure seemed slightly smeared, hazy, as if she wasn't fully solid. Before I could fully process what I was seeing, she ducked back inside the stall, so quickly it was almost unnatural. I knew immediately that something wasn't right. I stepped closer, peeking inside the open stall. As I suspected, no one was there. There was no possible place for her to have gone. Of all the haunted places I had visited on this trip, the last place I expected to see a full apparition was a gas station bathroom. But here we are. I grew up in the mountains of eastern Kentucky, in several coal camps, small towns built for the families of miners who worked in the local coal mines. One particular town, Greeno in Pike County, was the setting for one of the strangest experiences of my life. At the time, my twin sister and I were in first grade. Every day, we walked to and from school with our older sisters and brother, usually in a group of 7 or 8 neighborhood kids. On this particular day, we arrived home and lingered outside, chatting and laughing before heading inside. My father worked in the coke ovens in a town called Allegheny, about 3 miles away, while my mother and a friend ran a restaurant near the ovens. We were early, latchkey, kids before the term even existed. As we stood in front of our house, one of the kids suddenly pointed at the window and asked, "Who's that standing in the window?" We all turned and, sure enough, saw a man staring at us from the front window. At first, we weren't too alarmed. Occasionally, a family member would visit, and my mother would leave a key for them to wait inside until she or my father returned. But this man was unfamiliar to us. Curious, we left the group and entered the house, only to find that the front door was still locked. We called out, searched every room, but the house was empty. There was no sign of the man we had just seen watching us. Later that afternoon, we were in the backyard playing ball with some of our friends, including some of the kids who had walked home with us. Suddenly, one of them shouted, "There he is again!" Looking up, we saw the same man staring at us from an upstairs window. I should describe him now because his image remains clear in my memory. He was tall, with black hair and dark horn-rimmed glasses. He wore a dark brown suit, which was an uncommon sight in a small Kentucky coal camp where work clothes were the norm. Determined to catch him this time, we split into two groups, one entering through the back door, the other through the front. We locked the doors behind us and searched the entire house from top to bottom. Yet, once again, there was no trace of him. The doors remained locked, making it impossible for him to have slipped out unnoticed. Our friends, thoroughly spooked, quickly made their way home. Soon, it was just my siblings and me left standing there, equally unnerved. This wasn't the last time we saw the strange man, but the most chilling encounter happened to me personally. One day, I had been pestering one of my older sisters, fulfilling my role as an annoying younger sibling. She finally had enough and chased me through the house. Knowing I had to find a good hiding spot, I ran down into the basement. Under the basement stairs, someone had enclosed a small storage space, which I had claimed as my secret hideout. I reached the basement, dashed into my hideout, and pulled the chain on the hanging light, flooding the space with brightness. And there, not 2 feet away, stood the tall man with the horn-rimmed glasses. I froze in terror. My heart pounded in my chest as I turned and ran, crashing directly into my sister, who had anticipated where I was hiding. I stammered and stuttered, desperately trying to tell her what I had just seen. We both turned to look back into the hideout, but he was gone. Word spread in the neighborhood that we thought our house was haunted. An elderly woman, who might as well have been Noah's bookkeeper with how long she had been around, eventually told us that the man we described matched someone she remembered. Years ago, the house had been the superintendent's residence for the mining operation. The man we had been seeing, she told us, was the former superintendent, who had been killed in the mines long before our family moved in. We also learned that our home had once served as the company's clubhouse, where visiting company officials stayed while in town. This information sent shivers down our spines. Though these events happened in 1953 or 1954, I remember them as if they took place yesterday. Not long after, we moved out of that house, eager to leave behind its ghostly presence. About a month later, one of my father's friends moved into the house. Shortly after, he visited us and hesitantly asked, "Did you all ever see anything strange when you lived there?" He and his family had seen him too. A tall man with black hair, wearing dark horn-rimmed glasses and a dark brown suit, he said. Even years later, the spirit of the mining superintendent remained in that house, watching. A month or two ago, while my dad was staying at his fiancée's house, my boyfriend Jay, our friend C, and I were hanging out in my house late at night. It was around 1:30 or 2 o'clock in the morning, and we had spent the last several hours doing nothing much at all. I had always been fascinated by the paranormal, though I had kept most of my personal experiences to myself. That night, I decided to bring up the idea of trying a Ouija board. After some playful teasing and hesitant laughs, J and C finally agreed to give it a try. We set up the board and, despite our initial nerves, I took the lead in asking the questions. For about 5 minutes, nothing happened. I repeated the usual inquiries. "Is there anybody here? Can someone make themselves known?" We waited in silence, each of us occasionally glancing over our shoulders. Feeling a bit silly, we decided to restart the session, treating it like some kind of eerie reset. As soon as I reopened the session, I repeated my questions. "Is there anybody here?" Silence. "If somebody is here, can you make yourself known?" Still nothing. "Is there a spirit in this room?" Then, suddenly, our makeshift planchette moved with a forceful swoosh to "Yes." C immediately pulled his hands away. "F*** off, J, don't do that." J, looking just as shocked, swore he hadn't moved it. I was excited but nervous, urging C to put his hands back on the planchette. "What is your name?" I asked. The planchette hesitated before shifting toward the letter R. Then, just as suddenly, it stopped. It twitched slightly but never completed another letter. At that moment, my black cat, Rami, came halfway down the stairs, sat there watching us, and let out a series of deep meows. Jay stiffened and immediately told me to stop. I didn't want to make anyone uncomfortable, so I quickly closed the session with a firm goodbye. Yet, something about Rami's presence unsettled me. It felt as though he had come to supervise the session, as if he knew something we didn't. I had always heard that cats were deeply spiritual animals. Was he trying to protect us from something? Not long after, C went to the downstairs bathroom, the very same bathroom that had given me bad vibes before, and without warning threw up. He couldn't shake his nausea and soon after decided to leave, skating over to his girlfriend's house nearby. It may not have been as dramatic as other Ouija stories, but this happened to me, and it left me shaken. Since that night, I preferred sleeping at Jay's place rather than staying in my own home. Lately, my house had been feeling different. My 2 cats, once content as indoor pets, had started spending more time outside. It was as if they needed to escape. Last week, something happened that convinced me to write all of this down. I was alone in the house, sitting on the living room sofa. The cats were outside, playing in the garden, which I could see clearly through the open back door. Then, from directly above me, my dad's bedroom, I heard a loud, distinct thud followed by scrambling footsteps. Had the cats been inside, I would have thought one had fallen off a windowsill. But I could see them outside. I forced myself to ignore it. Much later, when I went upstairs to use the good bathroom, I peeked into my dad's room. Nothing was disturbed. The window was shut. There was no sign of anything falling or anyone having been in there. My house is detached, so there was no way to blame the neighbors. Since trying the Ouija board, my bad dreams had returned with an intensity one hadn't experienced in years. It felt coincidental, yet expected. My rational side tried to convince me it was my subconscious playing tricks on me. But the dreams were relentless, always featuring my deceased grandparents. In one, my entire town had descended into chaos, everyone turning on each other. I made it home, only to find my nanny lying on the stairs, looking young but horribly mutilated. She tried to speak, but only choked on blood. In another, my mother and I visited my nanny and granddad in a care home, though either of them had ever been in one while alive. They didn't recognize us, or each other. Then, the staff began abusing the patients. I watched in horror as a nurse whipped my granddad for standing up without permission. My sweet, gentle nanny turned to me with a snarl and hissed, F*** off. Nobody wants you here, before bursting into cruel laughter. Another dream took place in a sepia-toned antique shop, with an old gramophone playing April Showers, from the Bambi film, a song I had always found unsettling. Through the shop door, the outside world was in full color. I watched a car crash unfold right in front of me. When I ran to the wreckage, I saw my granddad slumped over the steering wheel, covered in blood, his lifeless eyes locked onto mine. My nanny lay beside him, her head twisted unnaturally, as if staring directly at me. The dreams go on, each more disturbing than the last. My studies in psychology tell me that dreams are merely reflections of our subconscious. But I can't help but wonder if my grandparents are trying to tell me something, or warn me of something. Even as I sit here writing this, something just happened. From my dad's room upstairs, I heard a rough, stifled cough, so distinct that I nearly jumped. My 2 cats, who had been outside, came running into the house, ears pricked, looking toward the staircase. But they didn't seem scared, just curious. My granddad died of lung cancer. Could it have been him? Or did I invite something else in that night? I'm 31 now, but these events, if you will, have stayed with me over the years. Some were first-hand experiences, while others were told to me by close family members about things I did or said when I was too young to remember. I'll do my best to recount them in chronological order, though some details might be hazy given how long ago they happened. To some, these might seem like small, insignificant occurrences, but over time, they added up. Despite these experiences, I still consider myself a skeptic. If there's a logical explanation, I'm inclined to accept it. I grew up in a typical two-up, two-down terrace house in the north of England. These houses, originally built for mill workers, were nothing remarkable. But for as long as I can remember, something about ours felt off. One of the earliest stories, which I don't personally recall but was told about later, happened when I was around 3. I developed a strong aversion to mirrors, something that has stayed with me into adulthood. I still keep my dressing table mirror covered with a towel. The way our house was set up, if you looked upstairs, you could see a large mirror in the hallway, reflecting my parents' bedroom. Apparently, I would tell my parents, "I can see that man again," when passing the stairs, always referring to their room. I also used to say, "The doors are happening," to my dad and once to my babysitter, the teenage daughter of our next-door neighbors. She was so unnerved by whatever I was talking about that she refused to babysit again. When my parents asked me what I meant, I explained that the sliding door to their room would move in and out on its own. As an adult, I've wondered if this could have been caused by an open window, but these doors were on runners that slid into a wall cavity, not the kind that would easily shift with a breeze. A memory I do have from when I was about 5 involved the hanging plant my mum had on the landing. It was the 80s, after all. I remember lying in bed, frozen in fear, watching it sway back and forth on its own. I'd shut my eyes, hoping it would stop, and when I'd open them again, it finally would. Nightly noises became routine. Drawers opening and closing downstairs when everyone was in bed, shuffling sounds, and the occasional unexplained creak. I was terrified enough that from ages 8 to 16, I refused to sleep without the TV on. When I was 18, my first boyfriend started staying over. Sometimes he'd ask, "What was your mum doing up so late?" But when I asked my parents the next morning, they'd insist neither of them had gotten out of bed all night. The most unsettling event happened when I was around 20. My mum, my boyfriend Paul, and I were the only ones home, getting ready for work early one morning. I was in my bedroom putting on makeup, my mum was in the bathroom, and Paul was downstairs making tea. Suddenly, I heard the unmistakable sound of our greyhound, Cassie, running up the stairs. If you've ever had a dog, you know the distinct sound of their paws on carpet. At the same time, my mum shouted, "Cassie, get down!" She wasn't allowed upstairs, so we assumed someone had left the stair gate open. But then Paul, from downstairs, called back, "She's down here with me." Mum and I met on the landing, staring at each other in shock. We had both heard it, clear as day. But Paul, standing just feet from the staircase, hadn't heard a thing. Another time, my family was sitting in the lounge watching TV, my mum, dad, brother, and I. Above us, my parents' bedroom. Without warning, we all heard the distinct sound of a dog jumping off the bed. We even felt the slight shake as the ceiling light trembled from the impact. We looked down at Cassie, who was lying on the floor beside us, wide awake. In more recent years, I asked my parents if they had ever seen or heard anything strange in that house. They had plenty of stories of their own, enough to fill another post. But one thing my dad told me chilled me to the bone. When my son was 3, he's 9 now, he and my dad were watching TV together. Out of the corner of his eye, my dad thought he saw something in the ceiling corner to his right. Before he could react, my son looked up in the same direction and calmly said, "Don't worry, Granddad, he goes away if you ignore him." If you're a parent, you know how kids talk and what's in character for them. This was completely out of the ordinary. My dad was visibly shaken, and for me, this was one of the most chilling moments. Because while I had heard and felt things, I had never actually seen anything myself. Now, at 31, I live in a different house, where nothing particularly strange has happened. The only thing I've noticed is that my 2-year-old daughter sometimes points to random spots and says, "Boy." But she's at an age where imagination runs wild, so I haven't given it too much thought. Still, out of curiosity, I decided to look up the history of our neighborhood. That's when I came across a news article from 1993 about a house just down the street from mine. The headline? "Bolton Ghost, West Houghton." I haven't been able to stop thinking about it since. It happened in my hometown in Canada, late one Wednesday night, or rather, early Thursday morning. I had just dropped my friend off at her house, the clock on my dashboard reading 2:15 a.m. The city was unusually quiet, the streets almost lifeless, as if the whole world had settled into a deep slumber. The few cars I passed seemed like ghosts themselves, their headlights flickering past me before disappearing into the night. There was something unsettling about the silence. It wasn't peaceful, not like a sleepy town winding down. It was thick and oppressive, pressing in on me from all sides. To break it, I reached for my phone, plugged it into the AUX cord, and let my favorite music fill the car. The familiar melodies eased me, just a little, as I drove through the darkened streets. But the relief was short-lived. 10 minutes into the drive, a strange sensation crept up my spine, an undeniable, gut-wrenching feeling that I was not alone. My hands tightened around the wheel, and my breath hitched. My eyes flickered to the rearview mirror. The back seat was empty. But somehow, it didn't feel that way. Something was there. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it. The air in the car felt different, heavier, charged with an eerie energy. The shadows in the back seat seemed darker than the night outside, deeper than they should have been. I glanced back again, irrationally expecting to see someone sitting there, their breath cold against my neck. I shook my head, forcing myself to focus on the road. I was being paranoid, I told myself. Just my mind playing tricks in the dark. Then, without warning, my music cut out. A sharp blast of static exploded through the speakers, filling the car with a violent, grating noise. The sudden change jolted me, sending a wave of terror through my chest. I scrambled for my phone, confused and panicked. My hands were shaking as I hit pause on the music app. But nothing changed. The static only grew louder. It climbed in volume, buzzing, screeching, until it filled every corner of the car. My ears rang with it, my heartbeat pounding in sync with the rising noise. Then, through the static, came the voice. It wasn't one voice. It wasn't many. It was both. Layered, distorted, echoing in unnatural tones, the voice spoke in a language I couldn't understand. It wasn't English. It wasn't Latin. I wasn't even sure it was human. The words twisted and turned, slipping through the static like a sinister whisper and a guttural growl all at once. The sound felt ancient, wrong, like something I wasn't meant to hear. Panic surged through me. I stabbed at the power button on my car's console, desperate to shut it off. Nothing happened. I yanked the AUX cord out of my phone. The static kept going. The voice kept speaking. I couldn't breathe. I was trapped in my car with something unseen, something that had taken over my radio, my space, my very sense of self. And it wasn't just speaking, it was aware of me. I could feel it. My hands clenched the steering wheel as my eyes darted to the rearview mirror again. I swore the darkness in the back seat was shifting, moving. My mind raced with desperate thoughts. What if something was back there? What if I turned around and saw it sitting there, inches from me? What if? And then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. The static vanished. The voice was gone. Silence. I could hear my own ragged breathing, my own racing pulse. But nothing else. The car was empty. It was just me, alone in the dead of night. And yet, the presence lingered. I could feel it pressing against my skin, curling around me like invisible hands. I had to get out. I swerved onto the side of the road, slammed the gear into park, and fumbled for my phone. My fingers were shaking as I dialed my mom's number. She was always the one I turned to when something felt wrong. She understood, she believed. But before the call could even connect, something else happened. An overwhelming rush of emotion crashed into me, raw and unbearable. It wasn't just one feeling, it was all of them. Fury, sorrow, joy, fear. Each one hit me like a tidal wave, pulling me under, making me gasp for air. My chest burned with rage one second, then ached with unbearable sadness the next. I was shaking, sobbing, unable to control the emotions flooding through me. I didn't feel like myself. I threw open the car door and stumbled out, slamming it shut behind me. The cool night air hit me like a shock, but it did little to chase away the lingering energy. I paced along the roadside, gripping my crucifix, whispering prayers through gasping breaths. When my mom finally picked up, I barely managed to explain what had happened through my trembling voice. She didn't hesitate. She came straight to me, bringing sage with her. She saged my car, muttering prayers of protection, and insisted on driving it home herself while I followed in her vehicle. That night, I wrapped a rosary around my rearview mirror. It's still there. I don't know what happened that night, and I don't think I ever will. Was it something that had attached itself to me during the drive? Had it been with me for longer? Or was it something else entirely? Something waiting for the right moment to make itself known? All I know is that I'll never forget that night. And I'll never drive alone at 2:15 a.m. again. Late last year, my great-grandfather passed away. He lived far from where I did, and I hadn't seen him since I was 5 years old. His death wasn't shocking to me, nor did it affect me deeply. I barely knew him. But what happened afterward left me questioning things I had never thought about before. Not long after he passed, I had a strange experience with my necklace. It was a cross, one that I had lost, and then mysteriously found in a place I knew I had already checked. At first, I dismissed it as a coincidence, but after that, something else happened. I started hearing whistling in my room. It wasn't loud, nor was it random background noise that could easily be explained. It was deliberate, precise. 2 short whistles, as if someone was signaling for attention. It felt off. Now, my dad's father had passed away long before my dad even met my mom. I had never known him, never even seen a picture of him until much later in life. When I first heard the whistle, I thought maybe it was one of my grandfather's. But something about it felt oddly familiar, like I had heard it before. And yet, my great-grandfather had only just passed. How could it have been him? That's when I remembered something strange about my dad's past. When my father attended his father's funeral, that very night he experienced something unsettling. As he lay in bed, he heard tapping, steady and rhythmic, moving up and down his bedroom walls. He knew, without a doubt, that it was his father. For whatever reason, he had come back. But my experience was different. Why would my grandfather whistle instead of tap? And if it wasn't him, then who, or what, was it? I began hearing the whistle more frequently after that. At first, it wasn't frightening, just strange. It always sounded like a man's whistle, deeper and more controlled than mine. But then, one night, something changed. It had been months since I last heard it. I was lying in bed, lights off, scrolling through my phone, when suddenly, there it was, 2 short, clear whistles. The sound cut through the silence of my room like it had been waiting for the perfect moment to make itself known. Fear surged through me. I was too scared to move, too scared to even breathe. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, but deep down, I knew better. The whistling wasn't coming from outside, it wasn't coming from the TV, and there was no way it was just my imagination. I lay frozen for a few minutes before finally bolting out of bed to wake up my little brother. I didn't care how ridiculous I looked. I wasn't about to sleep alone after that. For a while, the whistling stopped again, and I started to believe maybe it was just a weird one-time experience. But then, last night, it came back. This time, I had a friend sleeping over. She preferred sleeping with the door shut, but I didn't mind. I always slept with my TV on and my electric fan running across the room. I hated total silence. It made everything feel more ominous, like something was waiting for me to notice it. We went to bed around midnight. At 4 a.m. I woke up. I didn't know why. Nothing had startled me awake, and I didn't feel scared at first. I reached for my phone, scrolling aimlessly like I always did when I woke up in the middle of the night. That's when I heard it. A soft, slow whistling. At first, I thought it was coming from the TV. But the volume was low, and the sound didn't match anything on the screen. I tried to ignore it, thinking maybe it was just my imagination. But as the minutes passed, the whistling continued. It didn't follow a pattern. It would stop, then start again. sometimes short and quick, sometimes long and drawn out. It felt calculated, intentional. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. This wasn't coming from the TV. It was inside the room. Every nerve in my body screamed at me to get up, but I couldn't move. My ears strained, trying to pinpoint exactly where the sound was coming from, but it seemed to shift. It was everywhere and nowhere all at once. Panic set in. I shook my friend awake. The moment she stirred, the whistling stopped. I didn't tell her what I had heard right away. I wasn't sure how to explain it without sounding insane. But deep down, something in me knew this was different from before. The whistling was never like this. It had always been brief, just 2 short notes, and then silence. But this felt like something was lingering, waiting. And the worst part? I've heard this whistle for years. Long before my great-grandfather passed, long before I even understood what death really was. It has followed me, fading in and out of my life, always returning when I least expect it. So what could it be? If it was one of my grandfathers, wouldn't they know how much it scared me? Wouldn't they stop? And if it wasn't them, then who, or what, has been whistling in my room all these years? Should I tell my parents? They always brush things off, saying I let my imagination get carried away from watching too many horror movies. But how could my mind create something so real, so precise, so eerily consistent? It happens when I'm least expecting it. And I have a sinking feeling that it's not done with me yet. Mr. Carl is an older man, or at least that's what I assume. I've never seen him, never heard his voice, but I know he's there. He resides in my former home, the townhouse where my daughter still lives. I can't pinpoint exactly when he first made his presence known, but looking back, it seems to have been around the time when my husband and I were going through a rough patch in our marriage. For a few years we lived apart, and during that time, I remained in the house with our daughter. That's when I first started sensing him. I don't know why, but the name, Carl, just stuck. Maybe it's something I picked up subconsciously, or maybe it's something deeper. I'm not sure if it's spelled with AC or AK, but I always imagine it as Carl, with AK. I don't know if it's his first or last name, so I've always just called him Mr. Carl out of respect. There were strange occurrences in that house, but nothing that ever made me feel threatened. In fact, most of the time, the odd events didn't scare me at all. If anything, I always felt strangely safe in that home, like there was something, or someone, watching over me. I don't know if Mr. Carl had anything to do with that, but even the moments that should have unnerved me never did. When my husband and I finally reconciled, I moved out of the townhouse, leaving my daughter to live there with her growing collection of rescued animals, 2 cats, a large dog, and even a turtle. I assumed that whatever presence had been in the house while I lived there would fade into the background or disappear entirely. But that's when things started getting strange. At first, it was minor things, the kind of stuff you could brush off as absent-mindedness. My daughter would leave a light on, only to find it turned off when she returned. Or she'd come home to find lights blazing that she was sure she had switched off before leaving. It happened so often that she started making a conscious effort to take note of what she had turned on and off before leaving the house. Yet, time and time again, she'd find things different upon returning. Then objects began to move. She'd set something down only to find it somewhere completely nonsensical later. She'd walk into the living room and find the thermostat turned all the way up, cranking the heat to an unbearable level, both in the living room and in what had once been my bedroom. No one used that bedroom at the time, yet it kept happening. Then, there were the noises. She'd be downstairs, minding her own business, when she'd hear movement upstairs, shuffling, faint thumps, the unmistakable sound of someone walking. It was as if I had never left, as if my presence had been replaced by something unseen, lingering in the empty rooms. At first, she tried to rationalize it, but then the animals started reacting. The 2 cats and the dog would lounge around in my old bedroom, enjoying the big unoccupied bed. But then, without warning, all 3 would come racing down the stairs in a terrified frenzy. The cat's would be puffed up, for standing on end, and the dog's hackles would be raised, his body tense as if expecting to be attacked. They would look behind them as though something had been chasing them. It happened more than once. My daughter, usually level-headed, was starting to get angry, and a little scared. She even tried speaking to Mr. Carl directly, telling him that I had moved, that I wasn't there anymore, and that he needed to stop. But the disturbances continued. Eventually, she had enough and called me, asking if I could come over and talk to him myself. At first, I felt ridiculous. I had spoken to spirits before, but only in small, fleeting moments, things like, "Please stop, you're scaring me." Never anything more than a sentence or two. This would be an entire conversation, one-sided or not. Still, I agreed. After work, I went back to the townhouse and made my way upstairs into my old bedroom. The air felt different, heavier, but not menacing. I stood in the middle of the room and spoke aloud. "Mr. Carl, I just want to say, thank you." I told him how I always felt safe when I was there, how I had sensed him but never feared him. But I made it clear that he was not allowed to scare the animals, and above all, he was not allowed to frighten my daughter. "I've moved now," I told him gently. "If you want to come with me, you can. But I think my mother and my aunt are already in that house." I chuckled at the thought. They had both passed away in my current home, another story for another time. Then I left. Things quieted down significantly after that. My daughter stopped experiencing the intense disturbances, and the animals no longer came flying down the stairs in terror. About 2 years later, I was back at the townhouse, alone except for the pets. As I sat in the living room, I found myself wondering, was he still there? So I asked, "Mr. Carl, are you still here?" Almost immediately, the dog turned around and whimpered. I couldn't help but laugh. "I asked if you were here, not if you could scare the dog," I said. There was no answer, no further sign of him. But something about that moment reassured me. Maybe he was still there, watching over the house as he always had. Maybe he had chosen to stay behind rather than follow me. And strangely enough, that thought gave me comfort. When I was 11, I went through a phase of being obsessed with ghost hunting shows. My parents would watch them with me, and I wanted to prove that I was brave, so I spent entire afternoons and weekends glued to the screen. But the more I watched, the more the fear crept in. I'd lay awake at night, every small noise or sudden cold draft sending a shiver down my spine. During this time, my family was in the process of moving. Our old house had a history. The previous owner had passed away there. But we were moving into a fairly new home, one that should have had no history of hauntings. Still, I was convinced it was haunted. I had already convinced myself our last house was, and this new place was no different. I tried to brush it off, telling myself I was just being paranoid, but something always felt off. Years went by, and I slowly grew out of my fear, dismissing it as childhood imagination. But then, last year, for some reason, I found myself falling back into the same pattern, becoming obsessed with the paranormal all over again. That's when things started happening. At first, it was small, explainable things. My bedroom door closing on its own, my light flicking on when I was sure I had turned it off. I chalked it up to a draft, or me simply forgetting. But then it started happening more often, almost nightly. I started paying attention. There were no open windows, no drafts. I would double-check before leaving my room, making sure the light was off, only to return minutes later and find it glowing. It felt strange, but I wasn't scared yet. I just thought it was odd, until I realized that whatever this was, it was only happening to me. When I brought it up to my parents and siblings, they brushed it off, saying they hadn't experienced anything unusual. It was just my room. Just me. I did my best to ignore it, and for a while I managed to. But then, in November, everything changed. That month, my granddad took his own life. It hit my family hard. He was deeply loved, everyone's favorite. The grief in our house was heavy, and strangely, it was around this time that the strange occurrences in my room intensified. The door and the lights were still acting up, but now I was also seeing things, shadow figures, black masses shifting in the corners of my vision. I would hear voices, soft whispers that I couldn't quite make out, and every now and then, I'd hear my own name being called when no one else was home. At first, I tried to convince myself it was just stress. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. But the more it happened, the harder it became to deny that something was there. Then, a month ago, I came across something that was supposed to help with anxiety, cleansing my space with white sage. It was meant to bring a sense of calm, and I figured I had nothing to lose. So I burned the sage, letting the smoke fill my room, and for the first time in months, I felt peace. The anxiety lessened, and strangely enough, the paranormal activity stopped altogether. It stayed that way for weeks. Until one night. It was during my exam break, about 1 in the morning. I had gone to bed around midnight, but I was still awake, lying there, slowly drifting off. That's when I heard it, laughter. At first, I thought I was imagining it. But then it grew louder. It was my younger brother, his bedroom right next to mine. He rarely woke up in the middle of the night, so I assumed he was just laughing in his sleep. But then it changed. The giggling turned into full-blown, hysterical laughter. Curious, and slightly unnerved, I got out of bed and walked into his room. His door was open, and as I stepped inside, I noticed something strange. The room was dark, but the area around his pillow, where his head rested, seemed even darker, like a shadow had pooled there. I leaned over him and whispered, "Are you awake?" He let out another soft giggle before mumbling, Yeah." Ben laughed again. At first, I wasn't scared. I figured he was just dreaming. But then I asked, "What are you laughing at?" He grinned, lifted his arm, and pointed toward his bedroom door. "That," he said. I turned. Nothing was there. Just the faint glow of light filtering in from the bathroom window, illuminating the door. My brother kept laughing, eyes open, looking right at the door. That's when fear hit me. Seconds later, my dad appeared in the doorway, asking what was going on. I tried to explain, but he brushed it off, guiding my brother back under the covers before heading back to bed. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been there, watching. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I asked my brother if he remembered laughing in the middle of the night. He looked confused, shaking his head. "I don't remember anything," he said. That terrified me more than anything. I was certain he had been awake. I had waited long enough for my eyes to adjust to the dark, long enough to see that his eyes were open, looking around the room. But now, it was like it had never happened. After that night, I stopped burning sage. I was afraid that whatever was in my room had been pushed out, forced to wander, and that somehow, it had found my brother instead. I couldn't risk that happening again. Since then, things have quieted down. I still see shadows in my room. My light still flickers on by itself sometimes. But it hasn't been as intense as before. My mom, who recently became a believer in the paranormal, thinks it might be my granddad. But I don't have the heart to tell her that these things were happening long before he passed. That I've already felt his presence at my grandma's house, with lights flickering and the kettle turning on, little things, but things that reminded me of him. No, whatever is in my room isn't him. It hasn't hurt me, hasn't turned aggressive. I've learned to live with it. But after what happened to my brother that night, I just hope it stays with me, and doesn't decide to make itself known to anyone else. When my family moved into our current home, a towering Victorian house that I estimate dates back to the 1700s, I had protested from the very beginning. Something about it felt wrong, and I knew, even before stepping inside, that we weren't alone. I was immediately aware of 4 spirits, their presence is strong and unsettling. They kept themselves hidden, but I could feel them watching, lingering in the corners of my mind. At first, I thought they weren't powerful enough to cause harm, just mischievous entities who enjoyed making their presence known. I underestimated them. Over the months, I learned two things. First, they were strong enough to physically interact with the world around them. Second, they weren't exactly good, but they weren't entirely evil either. The first real encounter happened while I was setting up my room. I had installed a sturdy wooden shelf on the wall, reinforced with a strong wire and nails. It was secure, meant to hold my handmade clay pots, each weighing over a pound. I was placing them carefully when one of the spirits, a young girl who exuded a mischievous and almost vengeful energy, made her presence known. She whispered a warning. "Stop ignoring me, or else." I had learned long ago not to take spirits' threats seriously. They always tried to scare people into acknowledging them. So I ignored her and turned away to grab another piece of art. The moment I did, the entire shelf came crashing down. It missed me by mere inches. I stood frozen, staring at the wreckage. The weight of the pots was bearable. The shelf had been properly installed. There was no logical explanation. And in that moment I understood, this girl wasn't just mischievous. She was dangerous. The second encounter happened a few weeks later, while I was showering. At first I felt a presence, but I assumed it was just my dad passing by the door. The feeling was so strong that, for a second, I was sure he was standing just outside. But when I finished, I realized something unsettling. My bathroom door was locked. I always locked it. And yet I had felt someone standing inside the bathroom with me. A chill ran down my spine. I hurried to get dressed, but as I reached for my clothes, I noticed something missing. My underwear. I searched everywhere, convinced I had brought it with me. I had no choice but to leave without it and grab another pair from my room. That's when I saw it. Hanging from my ceiling fan. A pair of underwear I physically couldn't have placed there. I was barely 5 feet 1 inch. My ceiling was 12 feet high. There was no way I had done this. That's when I realized something else. The presence I had felt in the bathroom, it wasn't my dad. It wasn't even my family. It was him, one of the spirits in the house. A man. And now, I was starting to believe he wasn't just mischievous. He might be something much worse. The third encounter happened when I was home alone. My mom had asked me to cook dinner, so I was in the kitchen, preparing meat on the counter, lost in my own thoughts. That's when the radio turned on. Now, this wasn't just any radio. It was an old radio, one my dad had collected. Its knobs were stiff and hard to turn, so for it to come on by itself? Impossible. At first I was startled, but then I thought, maybe this is a chance to communicate. Trying to appear calm, I asked, "Is this your favorite song?" Nothing. Then, after a moment, the radio clicked off. I exhaled, feeling the tension ease. The atmosphere in the kitchen felt lighter, warmer. Almost as if the spirit had responded with yes. I continued cooking, feeling a bit more at ease, when suddenly, I heard the stove light up on its own. Our stove isn't automatic. It requires a match to ignite. I froze. Carefully, I asked, "Do you like to cook?" The fire flared violently, like someone had poured fuel on it, then abruptly died down. The air shifted, growing ice cold. Then, from the kitchen island, my favorite mug suddenly toppled over and shattered on the floor. I stood there, staring at the broken pieces, feeling the energy in the room darken. Whoever this was, they had just gone from playful to angry. The fourth encounter was different. For the first time, I was visited by a spirit that felt kind, or at least less threatening than the others. It happened late one night. I had been bedridden all day, recovering from a bad cold, when I felt the mischievous young girl's presence in my room. She had grown attached to me in a way, almost like she saw me as some kind of role model. But then, all at once, her presence vanished, replaced by someone else. A woman. She felt older, quieter. At first, I was scared because I had never encountered her before. But then, she spoke. "Mona." I stiffened. That wasn't my name. But she said it with such certainty, like she was speaking to someone she had known long ago. The more she talked, the more I realized, she thought I was someone else. A family member, maybe. Someone she had lost. For a long while, she simply watched over me, her presence soft and almost maternal. I let my guard down, convinced she meant no harm. But just as I was beginning to drift off, I felt something. Her hand. Cold, gentle, touching my face. And then sobs. Not mine. Hers. A deep, sorrowful weeping filled the room. And then, she was gone. I don't know what she wanted. I don't know who Mona was. But her visit unsettled me more than I expected. Now, after months of experiencing these encounters, I'm at a loss. I've tried to block them out, tried different methods of protection, but nothing works. They're still here. They always find a way to make themselves known. I know I've grown stronger since my last encounter with spirits, but I also know these four are smarter, maybe even stronger, than me. And that terrifies me. They haven't hurt me yet, but I feel it. This pressure, this sense that they could if they wanted to. And that they might. Not just to me, but to my family. So now, I need to take control before that happens. Before they decide to cross that line. But I don't know how. For the past few years, I'd been waking up with faint scratches all over my body. At first, I brushed it off, thinking maybe I was scratching myself in my sleep. But I don't have long nails, and I don't have any pets. The marks appear without explanation, thin and precise, healing quickly as if they were never there. I live in a house with 4 spirits, but only one of them has followed me my entire life. No matter where my family moves, whether across the country or overseas, he is always there. Watching. I first saw him when I was 5 years old. It was early morning, and I was sitting by a large open window as my dad helped me get ready for school. He left the room for just a moment, and that's when I saw him. A man. He stood in the window, staring at me. Dark curly hair. Brown eyes. A long black coat. He looked young, maybe 18, and there was something deeply unsettling about him, like he carried the weight of something terrible. He wasn't frightening at first. Just quiet. Curious. But undeniably there. When my dad came back, the figure vanished. I told him what I saw, and to my surprise, he didn't dismiss it entirely. He believed me a little. But as the years passed, people stopped believing me at all. I stopped talking about him. But he never left. For over a decade, he was nothing more than a shadow lingering at the edge of my vision. A blurry presence always just out of reach. But recently, he has changed. Now, I can see him again. His form isn't as clear as it was that first day in the window, but it's no longer just a shadow. He appears at a distance, watching me. And at night, when I turn off the lights, he lies in bed beside me. It's the most terrifying thing I have ever experienced. The moment I cry out for help, he disappears. My siblings have no idea why I call for them in the middle of the night. They never see him. They never feel him the way I do. The worst part? I've started waking up with scratches on my lips. Always in the same place, thin, shallow lines just between my upper lip and nose. They heal quickly, but they never stop appearing. The man in the black coat isn't the only spirit in my home. There are 3 others. The first is an older man, an African-American gentleman, probably in his late 40s. His clothing suggests he's from the early 1800s. He has a quiet, steady presence, never interacting much but always there. The second is a young woman, barely in her 20s. She always looks nervous, hesitant. Her long brown hair falls in loose waves over her white sleeping gown, making her appear almost fragile, like she doesn't quite belong. The last is a little boy. He looks no older than 12, dressed in clothes that remind me of the 1920s. He's different from the others, more animated, more aware. The strangest thing is their reaction to him. Whenever the man in the black coat enters the room, the others acknowledge him. It's like they recognize him, like his presence is familiar. The little boy, especially, always goes up to him and stands quietly beside him, as if drawn to him. One afternoon, I came home from school and walked into the main room, only to find all four of them standing together. It was the first time I had ever seen them interact. They weren't talking. They weren't moving. They were just staring at each other. And then, all at once, they turned their heads and looked directly at me. I ran. I didn't stop until I reached the park in my neighborhood, where I sat on the last swing, trying to calm my racing heart. The park was empty, the air still. I stared at the pond near the slides, letting my mind settle, when something made me glance to my left. The swings next to me, four of them, were wrapped tightly over the top metal bar. There was no wind. No one else was there. And yet the swings had moved. Even if there had been a strong gust, it wouldn't have been enough to lift them, let alone wrap them so neatly over the pole. It was impossible. Lately, things have been getting stranger. A few nights ago, while putting my little sister to bed, I heard sobbing coming from the closet. It was faint but unmistakable, a quiet, broken sound that didn't belong to anyone in my family. And then there are the lights. Soft, white bursts of light appear outside my house at night. They hover for seconds at a time, flickering like fireflies before vanishing into the darkness. I don't know what's happening. I don't know who the man in the black coat really is. But I do know one thing. He's getting closer. Ever since I was a child, there has always been a presence around me, something unseen, yet undeniably there. My mother says she experienced something similar when she was young, though she describes hers as positive, comforting even. What I've felt, however, is the opposite. My childhood wasn't easy. My father was controlling, abusive. Living under his roof meant walking on eggshells, always expecting the worst. For a long time, I assumed the paranoia I felt, the creeping sensation of being watched, was just a symptom of that fear. But we've been free of him for 4 years now. We've moved forward, recovered in most ways, though financial struggles still linger. Yet, that feeling never left. If anything, it's only gotten worse. My mother feels it too, though she tries not to talk about it. My sister is too young to fully understand. But the dog, she knows. We've moved twice since we left my father. The first house wasn't anything special, but there was something wrong about one of the hallways. My mother and I both felt it, a deep, gut-wrenching dread, like something terrible was about to happen at any moment. It was overwhelming, inescapable. But nothing ever did happen. At least, not there. This house, though, it's different. We've been here for almost 3 years now. It's not a bad area, no real issues, but sleeping here has never been easy. I've always had trouble sleeping, but in this house, it's not just insomnia. It's the paranoia. The sense that someone is standing just out of sight, watching, waiting. I suffer from generalized anxiety disorder. My mental health has vastly improved since we first moved here, yet the activity, whatever it is, started when my anxiety was at its absolute worst. It began with the small things. The feeling of being watched. My dog, an Irish Terrier, would fixate on a single spot for minutes at a time, ears alert, eyes locked onto something I couldn't see. I told myself I was imagining things. But then something happened. One afternoon, my mother was cleaning my room. I used to have a massive mirror, one of those heavy ones that takes effort to move. She was standing near it when, without warning, it fell on her. Just like that. She wasn't badly hurt, but it didn't make sense. That mirror had been sturdy, securely positioned. It would have taken force to push it over like that. I started talking to my mother about the things I was feeling, and to my surprise, she admitted she felt them too. But she had seen more than I had. A few weeks later, she told me she had seen a figure, completely black, featureless, walking into my room. It was tall, unnervingly so, like a shadow that had somehow solidified into something real. At first, I thought she was joking. My mother likes to joke, to make light of things. But then I saw it too. I was sitting at my desk, revising for my exams, when I looked up, and there it was. Standing in my doorway. Watching me. It didn't move. It had no eyes, no face, yet I knew it was staring at me. I froze. My heart felt like it had stopped. My mind screamed at me to look away, to break its hold, but I couldn't. The air in the room felt heavy, suffocating. I looked down, just for a second, and when I looked back up, it was gone. That night, I refused to sleep in my room. A framed picture of me fell off my nightstand, shattering on the floor. I could feel it lurking, waiting. The next day, I spoke to someone at school, someone who knew about things like this. She gave me advice, methods to protect myself, to push the presence away. I followed them, and it worked. Everything stopped. For nearly a year, I felt free. No shadows, no paranoia, no unexplained movements in the night. Until recently. It's back. I don't know why. My exams are over, my anxiety is controlled, my life is stable. But the feeling is here again, stronger than ever. My dog has started acting strangely once more, staring into empty spaces, growling low in her throat. My mother is seeing things again. And I can feel it watching me. The worst part? It knows when I talk about it. Every time I try to research or even think too much about it at home, the air shifts. Something feels wrong, like I'm being warned. I've checked. No recent deaths in the family. I don't play with the paranormal. I've done nothing to invite this in. So why is it here? And why won't it leave? Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Over the past few months, the activity in my house has escalated in ways I can no longer ignore. I live on a large lot with plenty of space between neighbors, so there's little chance of outside interference. At first, the incidents were small, subtle, things that could almost be dismissed as tricks of the mind or coincidences. But as time went on, they became impossible to brush off. It started with my bedroom door. One night, as I lay in bed, I watched as it slowly opened and closed on its own. There was no breeze, no draft. Just the silent, deliberate movement of the door, as if something, was on the other side, pushing it. The next night, while lying in bed, I heard 3 distinct knocks on my nightstand. They were measured, purposeful, and sent an immediate chill through my body. I sat up, scanning the room, but of course, there was no one there. Then came the blanket. I was drifting off to sleep when I felt it. My blanket, slowly being pulled up off my foot, then carefully moved to the side. It wasn't a violent tug, nothing forceful, just a deliberate movement, like someone adjusting the covers. I froze, my heart pounding. I didn't dare move, barely even breathed. After these 3 incidents, things only got stranger. I started hearing voices in my room, murmurs I couldn't quite make out. One night, I heard a deep, rough cough, followed by the unmistakable sound of furniture shifting, like something being dragged across the floor. Then came the mumbling. A voice, low and indistinct, speaking in a rhythm that suggested a conversation, though I couldn't make out the words. One afternoon, I took a nap without my usual earplugs. That was a mistake. I woke up to voices, 2 of them. The first was distant, like a snippet of conversation I'd caught mid-sentence, except no one else was in the house. The second was clearer, closer. A woman's voice, right in my ear, whispering. More so. That was enough for me. I shoved in my earplugs, shut my eyes, and forced myself back to sleep. Then, about 5 nights ago, I woke up to an unexpected glow in my room. The iHome docking station on my nightstand, something I never touch at night, had turned its display light on full blast. I have to sleep in total darkness, so the sudden brightness jolted me awake. Groggy and irritated, I reached over and tapped the dimmer switch, lowering the light until the screen was black again. I closed my eyes. Not long after, I woke up again. The display was back on, this time at an intermediate brightness. I sat up, staring at it. I knew for a fact I had turned it off. This wasn't just a fluke. Something was tampering with it. I turned the brightness down again. But this time, I didn't take any chances. I unplugged the entire thing from the wall. The next morning, I checked the rest of the house for signs of a power surge. Nothing. The microwave clock, which usually resets if there's even the smallest interruption, was still on. The iHome had never had issues before, and after plugging it back in the next day, it worked just fine. Maybe that was nothing. Maybe it was just a coincidence. But what happened last night was not. I had my earplugs in, trying to sleep. It was one of those nights where my thoughts weren't kind, where my mind kept circling back to regrets, worries, things I couldn't change. I was lost in my own head, trapped in that spiral of negativity, when suddenly, a voice, right next to my ear. Boo-hoo-hoo. The words were mocking, dripping with sarcasm. The tone wasn't humanly comforting, wasn't meant to console. It was cruel, almost amused. My blood ran cold. I didn't know if it was a man or a woman, but the tone, that tone, was unmistakably mean. I've never heard of a spirit responding to thoughts instead of words before. But this thing, whatever it is, wasn't reacting to something I had said aloud. It heard my thoughts, and it laughed at them. The year was 2007, the month of October, and the location was a suburban house in Australia. The night was alive with a sea of dark, horned, cloaked figures, their eyes blackened, their faces twisted into grim expressions. The air pulsed with deep, guttural growls, and the ground seemed to vibrate beneath the weight of an unseen energy. Symbols of inverted pentagrams and the infamous number 666 flashed among the crowd. But this was not some occult gathering. This was my brother's 21st birthday party. Welcome to the world of metalheads. At the time, I was 26. My brother had always thrown his birthday parties at our mum's house, but after years of hosting, she finally put her foot down. Not here again. With no other option, he had to find an alternative venue for what he repeatedly described as an epic celebration. I wasn't directly involved in the planning, but I stayed updated on the location. Eventually, a friend of my brother's, whom we'll call Elle, offered her dad's house for the party. Her father was out of town, which might have seemed like an open invitation for chaos, but it wasn't like that. Elle's father had given his full permission, and our parents would be supervising. Metalheads have a reputation for being wild, but they are also surprisingly respectful. True to form, the party was loud and energetic, but there was no disaster to follow. That night, I carpooled with my stepmom, a woman who prides herself on being the biggest nihilist I know. We get along brilliantly. She talks about ghosts all the time, mostly to proclaim how much she doesn't believe in them. I usually just let her talk. On the drive over, we chatted about life, nothing unusual. When we arrived, I realized this was my first and only time visiting this house. Though technically in the suburbs, it had a rugged, bush-like terrain. A long, stony driveway stretched ahead, leading to a house perched high on stilts. From the ground level, it looked enormous, with a steep staircase leading to the front door. As we walked toward the house, still talking, a bright floodlight fixed to the house illuminated the way. Just before reaching the stairs, we stepped onto a section of brick paving. The light was harsh, making it difficult to see the bricks clearly, but I could feel the shift beneath my feet. The moment I stepped onto a particular section, an odd sensation washed over me. It was subtle but distinct, almost as if I had been acknowledged. I paused, looking down at the bricks, feeling something unexplainable. My stepmom noticed and asked what I was doing. I made up an excuse about having a stone in my shoe and quickly moved on. Inside, the party was in full swing. The music was deafening, metalheads filled every room, and the atmosphere was electric. My stepmom had been to plenty of my brother's parties before, just like I had, but tonight she was strangely clingy. This was completely out of character for her. It was as if she didn't want to be alone. The house itself was breathtaking. Rustic and full of character, it had an old-world charm. Elle mentioned that her dad was an artist who had designed much of the decor, including intricate stained glass windows that gave the place a Viking-like atmosphere. It was an incredible setting for an unforgettable night. At some point, my dad decided to call Elle's father to thank him for letting us use the house. He's a talker, and what started as a simple thank you turned into a long conversation. The music inside was too loud, so he stepped outside to continue the call. Not long after, I noticed a woman following a group of people out the door. She had wavy blonde hair, looked to be in her 30s or 40s, and wore high-waisted, stonewashed jeans with a tucked-in white t-shirt. What struck me was how out of place she looked. Her entire style was straight out of the late 80s or early 90s. More than that, it was a freezing night, and yet she wore only a t-shirt. I didn't recognize her, and something about her presence felt different. A little later, the unmistakable opening chords of Motorhead's Ace of Spades blasted through the speakers. Instantly, every metalhead in the house stopped what they were doing and crowded into the main room for the ultimate sing-along. It's tradition. A moment of collective hysteria. The metal equivalent of raising a glass to an old classic. I was caught up in the energy, laughing, yelling the lyrics along with everyone else. At one point I leaned back to catch my breath and, out of the corner of my eye, I saw her again. She stood off to the side, leaning against the wall, smiling. She wasn't singing or headbanging, just watching with quiet amusement. Our eyes met, and I smiled back, thinking, I think you're a ghost. Later, I wandered over to a wall covered in family photos. And there she was. The same woman I had seen earlier appeared in several old pictures but none of the recent ones. I didn't say anything. My stepmom was still acting oddly attached to me, but considering her stance on ghosts and the fact that I had definitely just encountered one, I found the irony amusing. By 3 a.m., the party started winding down. My stepmom and I said our goodbyes and made our way out. As we walked, I kept chatting, but the moment I stepped onto that same section of brick paving, I felt it again. This time, it was stronger. Something urged me to turn and look toward a patch of garden behind me. I saw nothing, but I felt compelled to respond. I smiled and gave a small wave, as if saying goodbye. My stepmom, oblivious, continued walking ahead. The next day, I told my mom and brother about the woman I had seen. My mum hadn't noticed anyone matching that description, but my brother's reaction was immediate. Before I could even finish, he practically jumped out of his seat. Yes! You saw Elle's mom! That's awesome! I described everything, how she looked, the moments I saw her, and the feeling I got on the brick path. My brother grinned knowingly and said, Some of those bricks have artwork on them. The spot where you stopped. That's a brick Elle and her mum made together. It means a lot to their family. He went on to share more about Elle's mother and their family history. Out of respect for their privacy, I won't go into details, but what he told me painted a picture of something deeply personal and meaningful. This wasn't just some random paranormal event. It was something warm, something comforting. That night, a ghost had joined us for the party. And in some strange, beautiful way, it felt like she belonged there all along. For several months, I worked at a preschool, a job I had taken with the expectation of laughter, nap times, and the joyful chaos that comes with caring for small children. I never once imagined that my time there would involve something far less innocent, something I still can't fully explain. When I first started, one of the teachers, Annie, casually mentioned that the school was haunted. At the time, I thought she was just messing with the new girl, trying to spook me for fun. I laughed it off and went about my day, brushing aside her warning like a joke I didn't care to entertain. But looking back, I wish I had taken her more seriously. The first time something happened, I was in the middle of a routine diaper change during nap time. The classroom was dimly lit, the soft hum of white noise filling the space as the other children slept peacefully on their mats. Only one child, Greg, was awake with me, his small body wriggling slightly on the changing table as I worked. It was a quiet, ordinary moment until Greg suddenly lifted his tiny hand and began waving at something above me. At first, I assumed he was waving at me, so I smiled and waved back. But then he started giggling, his eyes fixed on the ceiling, his chubby fingers pointing upward. Curious, I asked. "What are you waving at, Greg?" His response chilled me. He looked at me with wide, innocent eyes, then pointed directly above his head and said, very clearly, "Lady." A shiver ran down my spine. Greg wasn't even 3 years old, and the way he said it, so casually, as if it were the most normal thing in the world, made my stomach twist. Before I could say anything else, his smile wavered slightly, and then he murmured, almost thoughtfully, "Now, man." I stood frozen, glancing up at the ceiling, expecting to see what, exactly? Nothing was there, but the atmosphere had shifted. The once peaceful silence now felt heavy, like the air itself was pressing against my skin. I hurried through the rest of the diaper change and quickly returned Greg to his mat, my mind racing. Not long after that, I had another strange encounter, this time involving 2 children at once. I was trying to help Greg settle down for his nap again, patting his back gently while humming a soft lullaby. Next to him, another boy, Jamie, was already fast asleep. The room was quiet, the rhythmic breathing of slumbering children creating a soft, even sound. Then, out of nowhere, Jamie sat bolt upright. A huge smile stretched across his face, his eyes lighting up as he lifted his hand and started waving at the doorway. I turned instinctively, expecting to see one of the principals or another teacher coming in, but there was no one there. The door was closed. No light from the hallway. No movement. Nothing. When I turned back to Jamie, he had already laid back down, his tiny body curled up on the mat as if nothing had happened. The moment was so brief, so fleeting, that I might have convinced myself I had imagined it, if not for Greg, who was now sitting up too, looking at me with an expression that suggested he had seen something I hadn't. Weeks passed, and the eerie experiences continued. By this point, I had already had a conversation with one of the principals that confirmed what Annie had told me on my first day. Yes, the school was haunted. One evening, I was cleaning up one of the classrooms with a little boy named Ian, the last child left in that room before pickup. As I tidied up, I realized I needed to return something to another classroom. I took Ian by the hand and led him down the empty hallway, his tiny fingers gripping my pant leg as we entered the vacant room. I was only inside for a few seconds, just long enough to place the item where it belonged, when a sudden whoosh of movement made me whip around. A stack of papers had flown, across the room, scattering to the floor in a mess of white sheets. My blood ran cold. Ian stood there, still holding my pant leg with one hand, his other hand free. There was no way he could have done it. He was too small, too far from the table where the papers had been neatly stacked. Without thinking, I scooped him up and ran back to the other classroom, my heart thudding against my ribs. It took me nearly an hour to calm down, but later, when Ian had gone home and I forced myself to return to clean up the mess, nothing else happened. The room was still, silent, as if mocking my fear. But the worst of it, the moment that made me truly understand that we were not alone in that school, came during another nap time. This time, I was trying to help a little boy, Liam, get to sleep. I was on one side of the changing table, gently rubbing his back, while another child, Michael, lay on the other side. Unlike Liam, Michael didn't like being touched or soothed to sleep, so I simply kept an eye on him while focusing on Liam. Then, just as I turned my head, I saw it. A head of brown hair peeking over the side of the changing table. My immediate thought was that Michael had gotten up. With a sigh, I stood and made my way around the table, expecting to gently guide him back to his mat. But when I reached the other side, Michael was asleep. And the realization hit me like ice in my veins. Michael was blonde. I was the only brunette in the room. None of the children were tall enough for me to see their heads from the angle I had been standing. I felt an overwhelming pressure in my chest, like something heavy was sitting on it. The silence in the room was no longer peaceful, it was suffocating. I didn't say a word. I didn't dare say a word. I simply backed away slowly, careful not to disturb the sleeping children, and left the room as soon as my shift was over. That was the last time I saw anything unusual, but I never stopped feeling it. The presence. The unseen eyes. The way the air would suddenly shift, heavy and cold. I still don't know who, or what, haunted that preschool. I don't know if the children saw more than they let on, or if their innocence simply made them more receptive to whatever lingered there. All I know is that Annie was right. I should have listened. I had just finished my 12th grade and was preparing for further studies in Mumbai. My family and I didn't own a house. We lived in rented apartments and frequently moved from place to place. In March 2016, we shifted to a new building in Punvel, a developing area on the outskirts of Mumbai. Not far from our building, just 2 buildings away, were cemeteries belonging to different faiths: Hindu, Muslim, and Christian. When we moved in, I was greeted by a family of stray dogs, 6 adorable little puppies and their parents. They had made the building premises their home, and I instantly grew attached to them. I named them all Rani, the mother, Raja, the father, and their pups, Farangi, Guttu, Multu, Rocky, Bruno, and Brownie. They were playful, loving, and always around whenever I came home. But in May 2016, tragedy struck. Guttu, Multu, and Rocky died in car accidents. Their deaths left me heartbroken, but I found comfort in the remaining pups. I still spent time with them every day, playing and feeding them. It was July, the time of my exams. My schedule was hectic, and I would return home late, exhausted. On the night of my last exam, I reached my building at around 8 p.m. My father was on his way home and would be there in 15 minutes, so I decided to wait outside and spend time with the dogs. As I played with them, Farangi suddenly bit my hand lightly, distracted by something in the distance. Her ears perked up, and she stared intently at the bushes across the road. Confused, I asked her, "What is it?" She didn't respond, just glanced at me before fixing her gaze on the same spot again. Soon, all the dogs followed suit, their bodies tensed as they stared at the same bushes. Then, without warning, they started growling. One by one, they moved in front of me, forming a protective barrier as if shielding me from something. A sudden chill filled the air. The temperature seemed to drop instantly, and a wave of fear washed over me. I had goosebumps, and my body started to shiver uncontrollably. The atmosphere felt thick, heavy, as if something unseen was standing there, watching us. Then Bruno lunged forward, barking aggressively at empty space. His attack was fierce, as if he was warning something to stay away. But there was nothing there. No human, no animal. Just the dark, rustling bushes. My breath hitched as I whispered, "What the hell is going on?" And then, I felt it. Something cold brushed past me. Ice cold. A sensation so unnatural that it made my skin crawl. The moment it passed, the atmosphere shifted back to normal. The air was warm again. The tension disappeared. The dogs relaxed and went back to playing as if nothing had happened. But I stood frozen, my heart pounding. What was that? My father arrived moments later, and I hurried inside. My mind was racing with questions. Dogs don't just bark and attack at nothing. They had sensed something beyond human perception. That night, as I lay in bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I kept replaying the incident in my mind, and my thoughts wandered to the cemeteries near my building. Could it be related? Had something happened here? An accident? A tragedy? I decided that I would look into it the next day. Sometime during the night, I drifted off to sleep. Then I woke up to the sound of muffled voices. It was faint at first, like people arguing in the distance. Groggy with sleep, I assumed it was my parents talking in the hall. But as I got up and stepped into the hallway, everything was silent. The room was dark. No voices. I peeked into my parents' bedroom. They were fast asleep. A strange uneasiness settled in my chest. I wasn't imagining it, I had heard something. But from where? Feeling restless, I decided to step out onto my bedroom balcony. It was peaceful outside, the cold night air brushing against my face. I could hear the distant hum of airplanes passing overhead. For a moment, I felt at ease. Then, the clock in my room chimed. It was 3 a.m. The dogs outside started barking again. And they weren't just barking, they were growling, just like before. My stomach twisted in fear. I leaned over the balcony railing, following their gaze. They were looking at the same bushes. And this time, I saw her. A figure stood there, motionless. She was draped in white. Whether it was a dress or just her entire form, I couldn't tell. Her long, dark hair hung loose around her face. My breath hitched. She was looking up. At me. Then, she smiled. A slow, eerie smile that sent a cold shiver through my entire body. My limbs locked, frozen in fear. And then, she was gone. Just like that. One moment there, the next moment vanished into thin air. The air around me lightened. The eerie heaviness disappeared. Down below, my pups yawned and stretched, curling up to sleep. It was as if nothing had happened. I stood on the balcony, still trembling. Had I really seen that? Or was my mind playing tricks on me? A soft whimper broke me out of my thoughts. I looked down to see Ferengi, gazing up at me. She wagged her tail gently, as if reassuring me. Everything is fine now. That's what it felt like she was telling me. I wiped my tears and took a deep breath, forcing myself to calm down. As I climbed back into bed, exhaustion took over, and I drifted off to sleep. That night was the last time I saw anything. To this day, I don't know who or what she was. Was she connected to the cemeteries? Had something happened in that area? I never found the answers, but I still wonder. The only thing I know for sure is that my dogs knew. And whatever they had protected me from that night, I will always be grateful for them. When I was around 8, my family moved into what seemed like an average house, 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, and a basement. Like most kids in a new home, I had trouble sleeping that first night, tossing and turning in my unfamiliar room. But by the second night, I started noticing something strange. Lying in bed, I heard noises coming from the vents, a soft rattling, almost like whispers. At first, I convinced myself it was just the house settling. But night after night, the sounds continued, growing louder, more deliberate. One night, curiosity got the best of me, and I turned my gaze toward the vent across from my bed. What I saw froze me in place, 2 glowing red eyes staring back at me. From that night on, I couldn't sleep without a light on. It may have seemed silly, but I kept seeing those eyes every time I turned the lights off. The basement had always made me uneasy. Something about it felt wrong, like the air was heavier down there. Even in the daytime, I refused to go down unless every light was on or someone was with me. Despite my fear, when I was about 10 or 11, I decided I no longer wanted to share a room with my sister. The only available space was in the basement family room. My family, well aware of my fear, made me prove I could handle sleeping down there for a week before they moved my things. I was determined to show them I wasn't scared. That first night, I lay on the couch, my pillow and blanket tucked around me, my small lamp casting a faint glow in the dark room. I tried to ignore the deep, creeping unease in my chest. Then, as I began to drift off, I felt it, pressure. A weight pressing down on me, as if something unseen had laid itself over my body. My breath caught in my throat. My cats, who usually slept with me, refused to come near. But I was stubborn. I ignored the feeling, telling myself I was imagining things. I lasted the whole week. My family moved my things down, and I officially had my own room. Not long after, I began spending more time alone. My mom, aunt, and grandma often took my younger sister out shopping, leaving me behind. I didn't mind. I never liked crowded places, and after being diagnosed with a learning disability, I avoided situations where I felt judged. I'd sit in my basement room, listening to music, lost in my thoughts. That was when it started. I'd hear my name being called, loud, clear, urgent. Every time, I'd rush upstairs, expecting to find my mom or sister. But the house was always empty. I'd stand there, feeling the chills crawl up my spine, then force myself back downstairs, trying to ignore the way the air seemed heavier now. As I got older, the feeling of being laid on grew stronger. It wasn't just pressure anymore. Some nights, I'd feel an unmistakable touch, a hand where no hand should be, brushing over my skin. Worse than that was the throbbing sensation between my legs. I didn't understand what was happening. I didn't tell anyone. I just withdrew more and more, retreating into myself. My sister, though younger than me, took out her anger on me, beating me whenever she got the chance. My mom didn't intervene much. Some days I was too hyper without my medication, which annoyed them. So I stayed in my basement, away from them, away from the kids at school who already ignored me. The touches continued. The dreams started too, vivid, strange, always of a man I didn't recognize. He was never fully clear, but I could feel his presence. I knew he was watching me. One night, I fell asleep watching TV and woke up to my bed shaking violently. It wasn't just a tremor, it lifted off the ground, then slammed back down. Again and again. I lay there, frozen, heart pounding, until it finally stopped. I turned on every light, then ran upstairs, crying as I woke my mom and aunt. They didn't believe me, told me I was imagining things and sent me back downstairs. I kept every light on that night. The years passed. I continued ignoring the voices, the touches, the dreams. My mom remarried. I avoided her new husband as much as I could, rarely leaving my basement. When I was 17, I tried to escape by joining the army, but I didn't make it through boot camp. While I was gone, my room had been turned into a game room, so when I returned, I slept on the couch in the living room. During that time, the strange occurrences seemed to stop. It was almost peaceful. But I still refused to go into the basement alone. Then my mom remarried again. At first, her new husband seemed nice. But after he moved in, things started happening, worse than before. It was like he had brought something with him. My two younger siblings, who were 16 and 17 years younger than me, had toys that would turn on by themselves in the middle of the night. I'd be trying to sleep on the couch when their dolls would start laughing or their music boxes would start playing on their own. My mom's bedroom door would creak open, and slow, heavy footsteps would move up and down the stairs. One night, my mom came to me, pale and shaken. She told me she had started hearing voices at night, the same way I had. Worse, she had woken up unable to move, pinned down by something with a long tail. Then came the worst part. My little brother started talking to something in the corner of his room. Every night he'd ask to play with a man. My stepdad was deported to Mexico not long after that. My mom spiraled into drug withdrawals, and the house became unbearable. One night, I woke to my bedsheets being slowly tugged off of me. I yanked them back up, and something pinched me, hard, right on my thigh. My bedroom door slammed shut. I bolted out of bed, yanking the door open, flipping on the light. Nothing. I ran upstairs, shaking, calling for my mom. She rushed down, her face tight with fear. I told her what had happened, and she just nodded, like she already knew. We ended up finding something in the crawl space of her room, an old book and a makeshift altar, left behind by my stepdad. In 2011, my mom passed away. I spent one night in her room after that. Just one. The moment I laid down, the whispers started. The slow, rhythmic thumping against the walls. Then, the crawl space door creaked open on its own. I didn't stay to see what would happen next. I ran downstairs, turned on every light in the house, and never slept in that room again. We moved out within 2 months. Once I was out of that house, things got better. I could finally sleep without a light on. The voices were gone. The heavy presence was gone. But some things didn't leave. The touches still happen. The dreams of the man still come. My sister stayed with me for a while, but one night she came to me, pale and shaken. She had woken up to find a black mass standing over my bed, watching me sleep. She moved out shortly after. My dogs sometimes bark at nothing, staring at the corners of the room. But at least now, I don't feel afraid. At least now, I can pretend that whatever was in that house stayed behind. Even if, deep down, I know it didn't. Ringwood Lake is a well-known park in the Melbourne suburb of Ringwood. If you spent time there in the 80s or 90s, you might remember the black swan. No one really knew where it came from. Some people, including my parents, believed someone had abandoned it there, but I always doubted that. It was the only swan in the area, living at the lake for at least a decade while I was growing up. The park itself was enormous, and the lake stretched wide across its center. I haven't been back in over 25 years, so I can only describe it as it was back then. I hope it hasn't changed much, as it was naturally beautiful, a place that seemed to take care of itself without much human interference. We used to visit Ringwood Lake frequently. Then, in 1990, we moved to Ringwood, and the lake became a second home. The novelty of living so close to this place never wore off. There were playgrounds, picnic areas, and barbecue spots scattered around. On one side of the lake, a large playground sat among the trees, with tables, chairs, and a few shelters. A small pier extended into the water, and further along, there was a formal lawn with neatly arranged trees, backing onto the local pub. Beyond that, a bush trail led to another playground. The other side of the lake was wilder. Weeping willows dipped their branches into the water, and behind them stood tall, gnarled trees that had been left to grow freely. This side of the lake felt untouched, a haven for the local wildlife. It was the side that truly captured my heart. For that 1 year we lived in Ringwood, the lake became an essential part of my life. While other kids spent time on the playgrounds, I felt drawn to the trees and the water. I was fascinated by nature, and nothing intrigued me more than the lone black swan. During the summer, people would swim in the lake, usually near the pier where the water was shallow. I had never swum there before, but one summer day was different. I had become obsessed with the idea of taming the swan, convinced that I could get close enough to touch it. That day, the swan was across the lake, near the willows, far from the crowds. I stood at the water's edge, watching it. I figured if I got into the water, I might be able to lure it over. My mother had always been unconventional when it came to animals. So when I asked, "Hey Mom, can I get in the lake and pat the swan?" she simply shrugged and said, "Yeah, but don't go in too deep." That was all the permission I needed. Without hesitation, I kicked off my shoes and waded into the water fully clothed. Growing up in a household filled with animals, I had a certain instinct about them. I was sure I could get the swan to come to me. And surprisingly, I was right. The water quickly rose to my chest as I moved further in, probably about 15 to 20 feet from the shore. My mother watched from land while other people in the lake gave me puzzled looks. I slapped the surface lightly and called to the swan, the way someone might call a dog. It seemed like a good idea at the time. The swan watched me for a long moment. Eventually, it started swimming toward me. I had no idea how wide the lake was at that spot, maybe 70 feet, but it took a while for the swan to cross. As it approached, I noticed the other parents and kids on shore reacting. They backed away, whispering among themselves. It was then that I realized I hadn't really thought this through. The water was up to my collarbone, and as the swan neared, it towered at least a foot above me. Up close, its red and white bill looked sharp, almost like a weapon. I extended my hand slowly. The swan moved its head forward, expecting food. I had none. People gathered along the shore, some on the nearby bridge, watching and even taking pictures. I couldn't remember if I ever actually touched it, but I do remember swimming around with it for a little while. It followed me, moving with me every time I turned. It was unsettling. I feared that if I moved too quickly, it might chase me. After a few minutes, I decided to swim toward the pier, hoping to slip underneath and escape unnoticed. But the swan was no fool. It stayed close, not letting me out of its sight. As I reached the pier, I noticed someone standing there. They were fully dressed, dry, unlike the others watching from the bank. At first, I assumed it was a park ranger coming to scold me. I only saw their shoes and trouser legs, and for a brief second, I panicked. But when I looked up, There was no one there. It happened so quickly, just as I was glancing over my shoulder at the swan. I searched the pier again, no one. Just then, some older kids jumped into the water, their movements sending ripples across the lake. The swan seemed unimpressed by their sudden enthusiasm and quickly turned, retreating to the other side of the lake. My mission was complete. I made my way back to shore, my clothes heavy with water. Some of the parents glared at my mother disapprovingly, and kids in the playground eyed me with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. But I felt triumphant. It was just another example of my unconventional childhood. To me, the black swan felt almost symbolic, an outsider, much like myself. I hadn't thought about that day in years. But last night, I dreamed about it. In my dream, I was in the lake, near the pier. When I looked up, my guardian was standing there, watching me. He wasn't one for expressions, but he looked calm. In that moment I realized, oh, it was you that day. Yeah, that makes sense. Then I woke up. The dream felt different from the actual memory. The park was empty, there was no swan, no crowd. The weather was overcast and dark, unlike the bright summer day I had experienced in reality. But I didn't read too much into that. I've always liked dark, rainy weather. The dream felt like it took place at dawn, while the real event had been in the afternoon. Lately, life has been difficult, with family issues weighing on me. I hadn't had a dream about my guardian in years, so this one felt significant. I believe it was his way of reminding me who I am, why I do what I do, and that I need to stay strong. Maybe he was also letting me know that he's still watching, even when I don't hear from him. I haven't in months. I feel like I need to reconnect with something from those Ringwood days, though I'm still figuring out exactly what. Looking back, that day at the lake was more about the physical world than the paranormal. No offense to my guardian, but getting confirmation of his presence 20 years later was an incredible moment. There's something really special about that. I live in Ipswich, Queensland, a steadily growing town on the outskirts of Brisbane. Just outside Ipswich, as you enter Brisbane, lies Wackle, home to the notorious Woolston Park Mental Asylum. It has gone by different names over the years, and I believe it's now called the Park Centre for Mental Health. This happened in 2002. I was 18, still living at home, and attending church events with my family every now and then. That night, my two cousins, a brother and sister, picked me up for a young adult dance organized by our Mormon church. We also picked up 3 other girls from our congregation before heading to a northern suburb where the event was held. After spending the evening socializing, we decided to leave around 11:30 p.m. My cousins had driven us in an old Mitsubishi van that belonged to their parents, but was rarely used. The front of the van had 3 seats, so my male cousin drove while 2 of the girls sat beside him. My female cousin and I sat in the second row, and our other friends sat in the very back. Instead of going straight home, we chose to take a detour into Brisbane City. It was a warm Saturday night, and we wandered around the city, chatting with security guards we knew outside nightclubs. Since we were still dressed in our church clothes, we didn't go into any clubs. Eventually, we grabbed some ice cream and decided to head home. Driving back to Ipswich, we inevitably passed the turnoff to Woolston Park Hospital. Back then, if you wanted the quickest route home, you had to pass it. As we neared Wackle, my cousin suddenly asked, "Do you guys want to check out Woolston?" It was nearly 2 a.m. The 2 girls in the front hesitated but said yes. His sister rolled her eyes and continued talking to me about her boyfriend. The girl in the back didn't seem to care either way. As for me, I had been there before with friends, hoping for a scare, but never saw anything other than the occasional runaway patient being escorted back inside by security. That night, though, something felt different. The usual security patrols were nowhere in sight. No bright headlights scanning the grounds, no warning shouts from guards telling us to leave. In 2002, the hospital still had its original, eerie appearance. Few streetlights, old buildings, and overgrown shrubs where the new structures now stand. As we entered the grounds, my cousin turned off the headlights to show how dark it really was. His sister yelled at him to turn them back on. We drove deeper in, chatting and laughing, while our friend in the back stretched out to take a nap. Then, my cousin suddenly shouted, "S at hashtag T. Did you see that?" The two girls in the front clung to each other, whispering, "Oh my God! Who was that? What's wrong with him? I want to go home." My cousin said he saw someone standing against the bushes, staring at the van as we drove past. I turned to look out the back window and, under the dim moonlight, saw a figure limping along the road behind us. His sister scoffed. "Oh, whatever, you're so full of it," my cousin snapped back. "Do you want me to turn back?" The girls in front screamed. And oh, while his sister and I yelled, "Yes!" We hadn't seen what they had, and we wanted to be sure. My cousin turned the van around, but when we reached the spot, there was no one there. His sister smirked. "See? Told you guys were full of SHT. But I had seen something, too." When I told her, her expression changed, a mix of nervousness and annoyance, as if she didn't want to believe it. We drove on, scanning the darkness. There was no sign of the man I had seen limping toward us just moments ago. We should have spotted him immediately, yet he had vanished. The van's headlights barely cut through the darkness, but suddenly, they illuminated a lone figure ahead, his back turned to us. My stomach dropped. How the hell did he get here so fast? I thought, especially with that limp. He walked slowly on the grass beside the road, never turning around, never acknowledging the van behind him. That was the first thing that unsettled me. If I were in his position, I would have glanced back to make sure I wasn't in danger. But he acted as though we weren't even there. His clothes were worn and dirty, resembling the grunge style of the early 90s. Light-colored jeans, a flannelette shirt hanging in tatters, and a quarter of backpack slung over his shoulders. His long, unkempt blonde hair was tied loosely at the back, with strands hanging over his pale face. He looked young, maybe in his early to mid-20s. We pulled up beside him. My girl cousin, trying to prove there was nothing scary, told her brother to slow down. She slid the old van window open and leaned out slightly. "Excuse me, are you ALRI?" She never finished her sentence. The man turned to face us, and in an instant she slammed the windows shut and let out a blood-curdling scream. The two girls in the front screamed just as loudly. My cousin in the driver's seat sat frozen, his mouth hanging open, unable to move. Panic exploded inside the van. My cousin beside me pushed back so hard she crushed me against the door. I could barely breathe, let alone scream. She finally turned and started hitting her brother, yelling at him to drive. In the chaos, I glanced toward our friend lying in the back. "OMG, get up! You have to see this!" But she refused, squeezing her eyes shut and mumbling, "No! No! Shut up! Shut up! I'm not getting up! I'm not getting up!" Despite the dim lighting, his face was disturbingly clear. His skin was an unnatural, frozen white, tinged with blue and purple, as if his blood had stopped circulating. The rims of his eyes were raw and red, while the whites were foggy, covered in a milky film. His pupils barely visible beneath the haze, and his lifeless stare sent chills down my spine. Deep scratches marked his face, the kind that should have bled but instead looked as if they had been washed clean. His expression was empty, vacant. Then, he opened his mouth and let out a low groan, extending one ghostly pale hand toward the van. That was it. We sped off, tires screeching. We didn't stop until we reached a well-lit petrol station, our hearts still pounding. Our friend in the back finally sat up and, in a quiet, shaky voice, asked for a cherry-ripe chocolate bar. She had been terrified even without seeing him. Now, years later, I regret the way we reacted. We were kids, terrified out of our minds, but part of me wishes we had stayed calm, tried to communicate, maybe even helped him, if he was something that could be helped. But it was 2002, and none of us had phones with cameras. No evidence, no proof. I later searched for missing persons and unsolved cases in the area, but I found nothing. If he had been murdered there, was his body still buried somewhere on the grounds? Was he a lost hitchhiker, a victim of foul play, or something else entirely? Woolston Park has a dark history, and I still wonder if his story was swallowed up by it. Years later, in 2011, I returned to Woolston Park with my boyfriend. The place was unrecognizable: new buildings, bright lights, and none of the eerie atmosphere that had made it infamous. But no matter how much they clean it up, I know what we saw that night. And I'll never forget the face that turned to look at us in the darkness. It all started when I was in the 7th grade. My days went by normally, just like any other, until one particular night when I had a terrible nightmare. Nightmares weren't exactly rare for me, but this one was different. It jolted me awake in the middle of the night, and for the first time, I felt an overwhelming fear that made going back to sleep impossible. As I sat there, trying to calm myself, I glanced at my alarm clock. 3:33 a.m. I told myself it was just a coincidence, nothing more. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I drifted back to sleep. The next day, everything seemed fine, until I went to bed that night. Again, another nightmare. Again, I woke up in a cold sweat. Again, the clock read 3:33 a.m. This time, I felt a creeping unease. Twice in a row? It still didn't feel like anything supernatural, but the timing made me uneasy. I forced myself back to sleep. The third night was when I started to worry. Like before, I had a nightmare. But this time, I started noticing something strange. All of my nightmares had a pattern. I wasn't the one being attacked or chased. Instead, I kept seeing a monstrous figure killing someone else, always in third person, like I was an observer watching it unfold. Morning came, and it was Saturday. I told my mom about what had been happening, expecting her to brush it off as just bad dreams. Instead, she froze. "I've been having nightmares too," she admitted, a shadow crossing her face. "Every night. And I always wake up at 3 a.m. She hesitated, then added, "Sometimes I wake up because I feel someone slap my forehead." She glanced toward my stepdad, as if to assure me he had nothing to do with it. He was always fast asleep when it happened. That was the moment we realized something was wrong. That night I woke up again. Another nightmare. I was lying in my bed, facing my closet, which had sliding doors that doubled as mirrors. I couldn't sleep, so I stared into the reflection, just letting my mind wander. That's when I saw it. Something flew across the reflection, an object moving fast, arcing upward toward the left before dipping down and disappearing. It was larger than a frisbee, thicker, but it moved in a way that didn't make sense. I didn't even see it in my room, just in the mirror. I shut my eyes tightly, refusing to look anymore. A few nights later, I decided to sleep in my brother's room, hoping it would help. It didn't. I woke up at 3:33 a.m. again. This time, something was different. I had closed the door before going to bed, but now, it was halfway open. A chill ran down my spine as I stared at it, my heart pounding in my chest. That's when I saw it. Something was crouched just beyond the doorway. A shape on all fours. A dog, or something that looked like one. But it wasn't normal. Its form was hazy, like a ghostly fog, shifting and pulsing in the dim light. And then it moved. It ran at me. Fast. Silent. Just as it reached the edge of the bed, it vanished. I was paralyzed with fear. But the feeling that it had been there, that it had almost reached me, lingered in the air, thick and suffocating. From that night on, things escalated. I started seeing something in mirrors, though I could never describe it. It had no real form, just a shifting presence that lurked in the glass. But even when I couldn't see it, I felt it. It watched me. Stalked me. Sometimes I could hear it, footsteps trailing behind me when no one was there. A low, distant scream that faded whenever I tried to focus on it. At night, as I lay in bed, my mattress would shake. Not a gentle tremor, but a rapid, forceful movement. At first, it would stop the moment I sat up, as if it didn't want to be caught. But if I ignored it, if I pretended not to notice, the shaking would get worse, until I was gripping the sheets, terrified. One morning, I woke up with scratches on my face and arms. Faint, but unmistakable. That was it. I couldn't take it anymore. I told my mom everything. She was silent for a long time, then nodded. She had enough. She told my stepdad's mom about it, and together they made a plan. They got holy water, and that night, they blessed the entire house. Every corner. Every doorway. My room. My bed. That was the last night it happened. I still have nightmares now and then, but they're just that, nightmares. They don't wake me up at 3:33 a.m. They don't leave me shaking in fear. And most importantly, I no longer see it. About 10 years ago, Kay found himself in a difficult situation. He had gotten into some trouble at work and was forced to find a new job. At the time, he was living in a province far from his hometown, with no nearby family to rely on. With no stable income and nowhere else to go, he ended up staying with a friend for a while, trying to figure out his next steps. His friend lived with his girlfriend in a remote part of Udon Thani, Thailand. The house was a traditional Thai two-story structure, with an open dining and living area on the ground floor and a loft-style bedroom above. It was secluded, standing alone at the end of a narrow dirt road, surrounded by nothing but wilderness. As Kay approached the house for the first time, something strange caught his eye. Scattered across the yard and inside the house were various children's toys, dolls, plastic cars, tiny figurines. It puzzled him because, as far as he knew, his friend didn't have children. Curiosity got the better of him, and he asked about it right away. "Oh, so you have a kid?" Kay inquired. His friend simply laughed. No. Those are for the Kumanthong." Kay had heard of Kumanthong before but never gave it much thought. It was a belief deeply rooted in Thai culture, an ancient practice where the spirit of an unborn child was bound to an object or figurine to serve as a guardian and bring luck to the household. The spirits were said to be trapped through black magic rituals, often involving monks or witch doctors. Some claimed they were spirits of stillborns, but others insisted they were obtained through far darker means, infant sacrifices. People who kept Kumanthong treated them like children, offering them toys, sweets, and daily prayers. In return, the spirits would grant them protection and prosperity. Despite Kay's religious and spiritual beliefs, he dismissed the idea as superstition. The thought of trapping an innocent child's soul for personal gain disturbed him, but he didn't dwell on it. That first night, after a long evening of barbecuing and drinking, Kay retired to his sleeping space on the ground floor. His friend and the girlfriend went upstairs to their bedroom. Everything was quiet as he drifted off, until, in the dead of night, he woke abruptly. A distinct sound echoed through the house. Small, quick footsteps. Kay's breath hitched as he listened. Tiny feet pattered up and down the wooden stairs, moving with unnatural speed. It wasn't the sound of an animal. It wasn't the wind. It was unmistakably the sound of a child running. His body froze. He held his breath, willing the noise to stop, but it continued. Up the stairs, across the loft, back down again. Every hair on his body stood on end. His mind went straight to the Kumanthong. Still, he forced himself to brush it off. Maybe it was just a stray animal. Maybe he was just imagining things because of the drinks. When morning came, he casually brought it up to his friend. "Oh yeah," his friend shrugged. "The Kumanthong." That was all he said. As if hearing ghostly footsteps every night was completely normal. Kay didn't understand how he could be so unbothered. But being in broad daylight, the fear seemed foolish, so he let it go. That night, however, Kay went to bed sober. And once again, the footsteps returned. This time, there was no denying it. He lay awake, eyes wide in the darkness, as the sound of a child running filled the house. The quick, light steps were too distinct, too deliberate. There were only 3 people in the house: Kay, his friend, and the girlfriend. He knew there was no child. He tried to rationalize it. Maybe the house was shifting. Maybe it was something in the walls. But then he heard something new. A soft giggle. A child's laughter. A chill ran down his spine. His body refused to move. He squeezed his eyes shut and lay still, waiting for daylight. As soon as the sun rose, he checked the house. But there was nothing, no evidence of movement, no explanation for the sounds. What unsettled him even more was the fact that some of the toys had moved. The dolls, the cars, things that had been untouched the night before were now in different positions. By now, Kay was convinced something unnatural was happening. Every night, the activity continued. Footsteps. Laughter. Objects moving. One night, while lying in bed, he clearly heard a toy car rolling across the yard outside, as if someone, or something, was playing with it. Then came the night that pushed him over the edge. It started the same way, the footsteps, the laughter. But then, in the dim silence of the house, he felt it. A presence. It was in the room with him. He could feel the air shift, the subtle weight of something unseen. He lay frozen, barely breathing, as the laughter grew louder, closer. And then, as if it were standing right beside his bed, a small, unseen hand touched his arm. That was enough. He didn't wait for morning. As soon as he could move, he packed his things and left. His friend never seemed concerned, never questioned why Kay was leaving in such a hurry. He had made peace with whatever resided in that house. But Kay knew, this wasn't some harmless spirit looking for toys and treats. This was something else entirely. There are many strange and deeply rooted traditions across cultures, but this one was beyond Kay's comprehension. Was it really the spirit of a lost child? Or was it something else, something darker, pretending to be innocent? One thing was certain. He wasn't about to stay and find out. Over 30 years ago, my parents decided to upgrade our house to increase its value before selling it and moving a few miles away to Humberstone, Leicester. Once a quaint village, Humberstone had long since been swallowed by the urban sprawl of Leicester City. When we moved there, the transformation into a suburban neighborhood was complete, but the village streets and older architecture still stood out among the newer developments. Before we could move into our new house, we lived temporarily in a caravan parked on an old dairy farm. This farm, once a part of the area's rural past, had largely been lost to time. Now, much of it had been paved over to make way for a Tesco's parking lot. For about a year, we stayed in that cramped trailer with my parents, my younger brother, and our 2 dogs, waiting for our new house to be ready. The house itself was a semi-detached property, meaning we shared a thick wall with a neighboring home that mirrored ours in design. The previous owner had likely passed away. I suspect this now, as an adult, having attended enough estate sales to recognize the remnants of a lifetime left behind. My parents never confirmed it, but the smallest bedroom was packed with odds and ends, things that seemed more like the forgotten possessions of an elderly resident than the scattered remnants of a moving-out process. I got the larger of the 2 children's bedrooms, while my younger brother was given the smaller one tucked under the steeply pitched roof. His room, though tiny, was just large enough for a bed and some storage space near the window, where my parents kept stacks of heavy plastic sheeting. They used it to seal the windows during the winter, as we couldn't yet afford energy-efficient replacements. A year passed in the house, and everything was normal, until the night I had to sleep in my brother's room. My Boy Scout troop had just returned from a week-long camping trip, an adventure filled with freezing temperatures, endless drizzle, and one particularly violent storm that had collapsed our assistant troop leader's tent. I was exhausted, looking forward to a long, hot bath and the comfort of my own bed. But when I got home, my parents had other plans. My aunt had been staying with us while I was gone. She had just discovered that my uncle was having an affair, and in a state of emotional devastation, she had taken my mother's offer to stay with us for a week. She had been given my bedroom, under the reasoning that my uncle would never think to look for her in the room of his nephew, a logic I couldn't exactly argue with. But it meant that, after a week of sleeping in the damp woods, I was being sent to sleep in my brother's tiny, cluttered room for one more night. I did my best to swallow my frustration. My aunt was kind, funny, and independent, but her spirit had been broken by my uncle's betrayal. She had spent days in my bedroom, weeping and trying to find the strength to face her situation. The least I could do was put up with a slightly uncomfortable sleeping arrangement for a night. That night, after lights out, my brother and I lay in bed whispering, catching up on the week I'd missed. Then, out of nowhere, we heard it. A distinct crump, the sound of weight pressing down on plastic sheeting. We froze. "Did you hear that?" my brother hissed. "Sure. Listen!" Another crump. Then another. The sound was unmistakable. Something was stepping onto the plastic sheets stacked at the foot of my brother's bed. My brother whispered, "Turn on the light." I didn't move. I was lying between him and the switch, and to turn it on, I'd have to inch closer to the source of the sound. There was no way I was doing that. The sound came again, only now it was different. Faster. Louder. Whatever was stepping onto the plastic wasn't just pressing down on it anymore. It was moving. It was pacing. Then, to our absolute horror, it began running in place. The heavy plastic rustled violently under the weight of unseen feet, shifting faster and faster, as if some invisible force was stomping on it, pounding the sheets with increasing urgency. The sound was frantic, unnatural. Then my brother let out a scream. Something ran toward us. We both erupted into terrified shouting, yelping prayers we could barely remember from Sunday school, screaming for our parents. The bedroom door burst open, the lights flicked on, and our parents rushed inside to find two pale-faced, trembling boys huddled against the headboard. The noise had stopped. But my brother gasped. "Did you hear it leave?" I blinked at him, confused. "It ran over me," he whispered, eyes wide with fear. "I heard it scream. It went through the wall and down the stairs." I hadn't heard that. But he swore he had. There was nothing in the room. No footprints. No wind. No open windows. The plastic sheets were exactly where they had been before. Our parents tried to calm us down, chalking it up to imagination, exhaustion, anything to explain the sheer terror in our faces. But we knew what we had heard. To this day, I have no explanation for what happened. Could it have been the ghost of the previous owner? Some residual energy from my aunt's heartbreak, manifesting into something tangible? A poltergeist drawn to my frustration at being kicked out of my own room? I don't know. What I do know is that no rodent could have made those sounds. No breeze could have mimicked the rapid stomping of heavy footsteps. No intruder would break into a child's bedroom just to run in place under a slanted ceiling. And I will never forget the look on my brother's face as he swore he heard it scream as it disappeared into the walls. I've always believed in the paranormal, but I've never actually seen a ghost. My life has been shaped by loss in ways that made me more open to the idea of spirits and the afterlife. When I was 6, my identical twin sister died in a car accident, and 10 years later, my father passed away. Because of this, I had a deep fear of turning 26. It felt like an age that held some ominous weight over me. When I found out I was pregnant at 25, I was terrified that something terrible would happen either to me or my baby. I dreaded my 26th birthday, fearing it would follow the same tragic pattern that had taken my twin and my father. But nothing happened. My daughter was born safely, and I was okay. Still, I've always felt that there were spirits around me, watching over us, family members who had passed, lingering in some way. My first real experience with something unexplainable happened when I was 19 and moved into my first apartment. At first, the activity was subtle, things that could be explained away. The toilet would flush on its own, which I initially blamed on air in the plumbing. My grandfather had been a plumber, so I knew that pipes could sometimes create pressure that caused a flush. I shrugged it off. But then, other things started happening. One evening, a male friend came over to visit and check out my new place. After using the bathroom, he walked out and jokingly said, "Thanks for leaving the toilet seat up for me." I frowned. I hadn't left it up. I lived alone, and as a single woman, I never had a reason to leave the toilet seat up. That was the first moment I felt a little unsettled. Things escalated from there. Every night, when I got home from work, I noticed that my air conditioning had been turned down to 53 degrees. It wasn't a digital thermostat where it could have been a malfunction. This was an old dial, something that had to be physically turned. My electric bill shot up to an insane $280 for a tiny one-bedroom apartment because the AC ran non-stop. At first, I tried to convince myself that maybe I had absent-mindedly adjusted it before leaving, but deep down, I knew I hadn't. The presence in my apartment became more aggressive, more obvious. It didn't care whether I was alone or with company. It made itself known regardless. My kitchen cabinets would open on their own and slam shut while I was sitting in the living room. The silverware drawer would rattle, sometimes jerking open violently before slamming back again. Small objects, keys, pens, even shoes, would be tossed across the room. I never actually saw anything move, but I would hear the noise and turn just in time to see something land on the floor. The worst was the feeling of being watched. I never saw anyone, but I felt it. If a female friend slept on my couch, she would wake up uneasy, saying she had felt someone standing in the doorway, watching her. 2 separate friends told me the same thing, even though they had never met each other or talked about the apartment. I stayed in that place for exactly 1 year, moving out the moment my lease was up. The day I left, I spoke with my downstairs neighbors. They told me that they could always hear someone running around my apartment late at night, throwing things. But by the time they told me this, I had already moved everything out. There had been nothing left in that apartment since 10:30 that morning. After I left, I tried to find out if anything had happened in that apartment that might explain why it was haunted. But every time I searched online, the only thing that came up was rental listings for it. It always seemed to be available, which told me that I wasn't the only tenant who had left as soon as they could. Now I live in a different place, and my new apartment is supposedly haunted too. At least, that's what my boyfriend and his brother claim. They both insist they've seen shadow figures moving through the rooms. I haven't personally experienced anything here, so I'm skeptical, but my boyfriend's brother is particularly disturbed. He says that the spirit in the apartment is my father. According to him, my dad taunts him, laughs at him, and even pushed him in the bathroom once. I don't know what to think about that. My dad was the kindest, most laid-back man I ever knew. It doesn't make sense that he would do something like that. Unless, maybe, he knows how I feel about my boyfriend's brother. There's something about him that I can't stand. He's never been anything but polite to me. He's helpful, friendly, even sweet. But for some reason, I absolutely loathe him. It's not logical, and I don't have any specific reason to dislike him, yet the feeling is overwhelming. It's as if my instincts are screaming at me that there's something off about him. Maybe my dad is trying to scare him out of the apartment. Or maybe my boyfriend's brother is just making things up. Either way, I don't think my dad would randomly become aggressive after death, especially not towards someone who hasn't done anything directly to me. Whatever the case, I know I'll always be sensitive to these things. I've lived through enough loss to know that the people we love don't always leave completely. Some of them linger. Some of them watch. And some, well, some make sure you know they're still there. I've always believed that some moments in life are touched by something beyond our understanding. My experience in the hospital the night my daughter was born is one of those moments. It was February 22, 1993, at exactly 2:01 p.m., when I gave birth to my beautiful baby girl. The pregnancy had been difficult. I had morning sickness the entire time and only gained 11 pounds. Because of this, my doctors classified me as high risk. My daughter had stopped growing at 36 weeks, so they induced labor, and after just 4 hours, she was born, surprisingly healthy despite the concerns. But my relief was short-lived. 3 hours after delivery, I started hemorrhaging. The bleeding wouldn't stop, and my blood pressure dropped dangerously low. My husband and I were informed that if the situation didn't improve within the next few hours, I would need emergency surgery. My nurse, Wendy, did everything she could to stabilize me, giving me shots of Pitocin every 30 minutes to help my uterus contract and slow the bleeding. 2 shots in, and nothing had changed. My body was weak, and my mind was slipping into a hazy, surreal state. I felt detached, like I was floating just above reality. In that moment, I genuinely thought I was going to die. Yet, oddly enough, I wasn't afraid. As her shift neared its end, Wendy came to my bedside, her expression filled with worry. She assured me that someone else would take over administering the shots and promised to check on me the next morning. I remember feeling the warmth of her presence, how much she genuinely cared. At exactly 6 o'clock in the evening, another nurse entered my room. I noticed her name tag right away, Maria. I didn't recall seeing a last name, just Maria. She was a short woman, maybe around 5 feet tall, with short brown hair streaked with gray and the most striking blue eyes I had ever seen. There was something about her voice. It was soft, almost melodic, and had an immediate calming effect on me. It was unlike any voice I had ever heard before, and to this day, I have never heard anything like it again. I assumed she was there to give me another shot, so I weakly rolled to my side, preparing for it. But she gently placed her hand on my leg and said, "Oh honey, I'm not giving you a shot. You don't need another one. You're going to be just fine." Her words carried such certainty that, for the first time since the hemorrhaging had started, I believed it. She stood by my bedside for a few minutes, rubbing my legs in a soothing, almost maternal way. I turned toward my husband, wanting to ask if he had heard what she said, but he was fast asleep in the chair, looking completely undisturbed. I glanced at the clock. It was 6:05. When I turned back toward Maria, she was gone. I hadn't seen her walk out the door. She had simply vanished. The room was eerily still. Confused, I wondered if I had dozed off for a moment, and only imagined the encounter. But when I looked at the clock again, it was 6:06. Only 1 minute had passed. I called my husband's name, hoping he could confirm that she had been there, but he didn't stir. In desperation, I grabbed a small thermometer from the bedside table and tossed it at him. It landed on his chest, but he remained asleep. Then, another nurse walked into the room. Her name was Sheila, and she was holding the familiar syringe with the next dose of Pitocin. I immediately told her that I didn't need any more. The last nurse had told me so. She frowned, confused. "What nurse?" she asked. I told her about Maria, her name, her description, how she had been standing right beside me just minutes ago. Sheila's expression shifted, her face growing pale. She glanced toward the empty bassinet at the foot of my bed and asked if my baby was in the nursery. When I nodded, I saw the visible relief on her face. She quickly left the room without another word. A few minutes later, I noticed her standing at my door with 2 other nurses, whispering and glancing in at me. Something was clearly wrong. Moments later, they all entered the room together. One of the nurses, who looked to be in her mid-20s, bombarded me with questions. Did I know this woman? Had I seen her before? What exactly did she say? The rapid interrogation was making me nervous. Panic set in as a terrible thought crossed my mind. Was this woman trying to take my baby? I demanded to see my daughter, growing louder with each passing second. The noise was enough to finally wake my husband. His face was filled with confusion as he sat up, gripping the thermometer that had landed on his chest. He swore up and down that he didn't remember falling asleep, only sitting down in the chair and suddenly feeling ice cold. The next thing he knew, the room was full of nurses, and I was demanding to see our baby. The older nurse, Sarah, must have sensed my distress because she calmly instructed one of the younger nurses to bring my daughter to me. As we waited, she took my blood pressure. A moment later, she turned to Sheila and said, "Put away the syringe. Call the doctor. She won't be needing that shot." The nurse returned, placing my daughter into my arms, and for the first time in hours, I felt at peace. Sarah pulled a chair beside my bed and sat down, watching me with a quiet intensity. "Is this your first baby?" she asked gently. I shook my head. "She's my 4th. She smiled at that, and for a moment, it seemed like she was going to say something important. But before she could, my doctor entered the room. He examined me, asking Sarah a series of hushed questions. Then, he shook his head in amazement. "This is incredible," he muttered. "Your color has come back. Your vitals are strong. I can't explain it." He stood there for a long moment, just staring at me, as if trying to make sense of it all. Then, out of nowhere, he asked, "Are you hungry?" I let out a small laugh. "Starving," he grinned. "I'll order a pizza on my way out." After he left, Sarah remained by my bedside. She hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "I've never talked to anyone Maria has visited." I didn't ask what she meant. I already knew. Somehow, deep in my soul, I understood. Sarah sighed. "Maria was a nurse here years ago. She was called into work on a stormy night but never made it to the hospital." She paused, lowering her voice. "The rumors say she still visits new mothers." Her eyes searched mine. "And the descriptions are always the same." A long silence stretched between us. Finally, she shook her head and whispered, almost to herself, "Who am I to question these things?" She rose from the chair, patted my leg, and before leaving the room, she winked at me. "They say she only visits special people." The next day, to everyone's astonishment, I was released from the hospital in perfect health. As my husband and I walked down the corridor with our daughter, I could feel the weight of the nurses' eyes on us. Some whispered among themselves, while others just stared. Maybe they thought I was crazy. Or maybe they were wondering the same thing I was. Why me? Over the years, this story has become a cherished part of me. My daughters have always loved hearing it, especially my youngest. Whenever kids would boast about their birth stories, she would grin and proudly say, "I almost killed my mom." But I know the truth. That night, I experienced something rare, something unexplainable. And I will always be grateful for it. My family and I went to visit my brother at his home in Philadelphia. We had been there before without any issues, but this time something felt different. I don't know if I had just ignored it the first time, or if whatever was happening had only started recently. My brother, as far as I know, doesn't believe in the paranormal, but the rest of my family, my mom and dad, are more open-minded about it. We stayed at his place over Christmas for about 3 or 4 days, and his roommates weren't there for most of the visit. They only returned on the last day, which is important to keep in mind. I have this habit of always wanting to know where everyone is at any given moment. It's not for safety or any strange reason, but more for general awareness. My brother's house was laid out simply. When you walked in through the front door, there was a staircase directly in front of you leading to the second floor, which had a bathroom and 3 bedrooms. To the right of the entrance was the living room, which was an open space that stretched until it met the wall that separated it from the kitchen. The living room had a couch that faced the TV, which was against the right wall. There were also 2 chairs, one by the window looking out onto the street, and another to the left of the couch. I mostly sat on the couch because it gave me the best view of both the TV and the kitchen doorway. This is where things got strange. Whenever someone would go into the kitchen, I would casually keep an eye on the doorway from my peripheral vision, waiting for them to come back into the living room. A few times, I saw a dark shadow pass by the doorway. At first, I didn't think much of it because colors tend to fade in peripheral vision, making everything seem more like silhouettes. I assumed it was just one of my family members moving around in the kitchen, even if I couldn't see exactly where they were. But then it started happening more frequently. When my brother's roommates returned, I was a little more aware of my surroundings. I wanted to make sure I was being polite, so I kept an eye out to smile or acknowledge them when they entered the room. One of the roommates went out the back door, which was accessible through the kitchen. I watched for him to come back inside, but as I waited, I saw movement in the doorway again. A figure kept walking back and forth in the kitchen, always just out of clear view. Every time I saw it, I expected to see the roommate coming back inside, but no one was there. It took a few moments to realize something was off. I hadn't heard the back door open or close at all. At first, I told myself it was my imagination. Maybe I was seeing something that wasn't really there. But then, out of nowhere, my dad, who was sitting in the chair by the window, suddenly spoke up. "Is anyone else seeing something move around in the kitchen?" he asked. I practically jumped up with relief. "Yes," I said, way too excited that someone else had seen it too. My mom and my brother, on the other hand, hadn't seen anything. My brother was quick to dismiss it, repeatedly saying it wasn't real. I had a feeling he didn't want to believe it, maybe because he was scared, or maybe because he just didn't want to deal with the idea of his home being haunted. There wasn't much else to the experience after that, but it stuck with me. It was the first time my dad and I had ever seen the same thing like that. It wasn't just a trick of the light or my imagination, he had seen it too. My brother didn't have any explanations, and he didn't seem to know much about the history of the house. I also couldn't shake the thought that maybe one of his new roommates had brought something with them. After all, these weren't the same roommates he had when we first visited. I still don't know what we saw moving in the kitchen, but whatever it was, it didn't seem to care if we noticed it. I used to be terrified of ghosts when I was younger, even of the darkness itself. Just a flickering light would send a chill down my spine. Every time I entered a room, I made sure the lights were on before stepping inside. Everyone in my family knew about my fear, and my siblings took every chance to tease and prank me. Being the youngest, I had no choice but to endure their tricks, which usually ended with me crying. During the day, I was fearless and mischievous, running around causing trouble, but at night, they always found a way to get back at me. Despite the teasing, those were some of the best days of my life. There was one particular experience that I still can't explain. In the evenings, I would often hear the sound of a stone grinder from behind the wall of our house. It wasn't a common sound where we lived. Stone grinders were used in villages without electricity. But behind our house, there was nothing. No neighbors, no equipment, nothing that could be making that noise. Yet I could hear it clearly. I tried to convince myself that it was my siblings playing another trick, but even when they weren't home, the sound continued. My mother, always busy in the kitchen or chatting with our neighbor, never seemed to hear it. I asked her several times, hoping she would confirm that she heard it too, but she would just laugh and tell me I was imagining things. One evening, around 8 p.m., we were all gathered in the living room, watching our favorite comedy show. It was me, my mother, my sister, and her husband. We were all completely absorbed in the episode, laughing and enjoying the jokes. During a commercial break, my mother asked me to fetch a pillow from the nearby room. I didn't hesitate. I got up and walked to the room, which was completely dark. The stack of pillows was against the left wall, and as I reached for one, I happened to glance up toward the shelf near the ceiling. At first, I wasn't thinking much about it, but in that moment, I saw something that made my blood run cold. 2 small red dots gleamed in the darkness. I froze, my heart pounding, my breath caught in my throat. As my eyes adjusted, I realized that the red dots were eyes, 2 glowing eyes staring right at me. Slowly, the outline of a dark, human-like figure became visible. Its head was tilted slightly, and its body seemed to blend into the shadows of the room, but I could see it crouched up there, unmoving, just watching me. My whole body turned cold. I clenched the pillow in my hands, turned around, and walked out of the room as quickly as I could without running. Back in the living room, I handed the pillow to my mother and sat down, but my mind wasn't there anymore. My body felt numb. My family continued watching the show, laughing at the jokes, completely unaware of what I had just seen. I stared blankly at the screen, my heart still racing, my mind trying to process what I had witnessed. The more I thought about it, the more terrified I became. That thing had been sitting there, watching me the whole time. I needed to be sure. I had to see it again to confirm that my mind wasn't playing tricks on me. Slowly, I stood up and walked back to the room, stopping at the doorway. The darkness inside felt heavier now, pressing against the walls. I could barely breathe as I peered inside. And there it was. The same shadowy figure, sitting on the shelf, its red eyes fixed on me. But this time it moved. It raised one hand and scratched its head, as if it was aware that I had seen it. My stomach twisted in fear. I couldn't move. My legs felt glued to the floor. Then, in an instant, I turned and ran back to the living room, my entire body trembling. My brother-in-law must have noticed my pale face and the sweat forming on my forehead. He asked me what was wrong, and at first I hesitated. But the fear was too overwhelming. I had to tell someone. I leaned toward him and whispered everything I had seen. I expected him to laugh, to dismiss it like everyone else always did. But he didn't. Instead, he stood up quietly and motioned for me to follow him. Together, we walked back to the room, careful not to alert my mother or sister. As we reached the doorway, he flicked on the light. I held my breath. Nothing. The shelf was empty. The shadows were just shadows. There was no sign of the figure, no glowing red eyes staring back at me. He turned to me with a reassuring smile. "See? There's nothing here," he said. "Sometimes our minds play tricks on us, especially in the dark." I wanted to believe him. I wanted to convince myself that it had all been in my imagination. But deep down, I knew what I had seen. I had looked straight into its eyes. I had seen it move. We returned to the living room, and my mother asked what was going on. My brother-in-law simply shrugged and told her it was nothing. He didn't want to make a big deal out of it, but I could tell he wasn't entirely convinced either. I tried to focus on the show again, but my mind was elsewhere. I was angry that whatever it was had chosen to show itself to me and no one else. Angry that my brother-in-law hadn't seen it, so now he probably thought I was just a scared kid with an overactive imagination. That night I slept with the lights on. And even now, after all these years, I can still remember those red eyes staring at me from the darkness. "8 years ago was the first time I ever encountered a spirit in what was then our new home. It happened when I was in the 6th grade, in a town that has since grown into a city in the southeastern part of Mindanao. I had moved there a year earlier from Manila, and while I was still adjusting to the change, I had come to appreciate the natural beauty of my parents' hometown. The place was surrounded by lush trees, with breathtaking views of both land and sea. It was the kind of scenery that made you feel at peace, but like many places in the Philippines, it carried its own mysteries, whispers of stories and strange occurrences that left their mark on those who experienced them. It was a little past 5 in the evening when it happened. Darkness had already started creeping in. I had just finished a long journalism training session for an upcoming competition, which was happening in a week, and we had been dismissed later than usual. I normally walked home since our house was close to the school, but that day, I decided to stay a little longer to wait for my friend's parents to pick her up. By then, the school grounds were nearly empty. The usual noise of students had faded, leaving only a heavy silence. Besides my friend and me, the only people left were a security guard, a senior student named Divine, and a few nuns who ran the school. The stillness of the place made it eerie. The nuns preferred a quiet environment, and I suspected that was why the campus seemed even more hushed after school hours. My friend and I were sitting at the end of a long hallway near the entrance of the freshman building, chatting idly. The hallway extended past the chapel, leading to another building where the preschool and grades 5 and 6 classrooms were located. At the very end of the hall, hidden from view by a wall, was a small washing area next to the boys' restroom. While we were talking, Divine walked past us, heading toward the faculty room. A few moments after she disappeared down the hallway, I suddenly had an odd feeling, an urge to look past the corridor, toward the other building. I didn't understand why, but it felt as though something was silently urging me to turn my head. And so I did. That's when I saw her. A little girl, peeking out from behind the washing area. She was wearing red, and her long black hair cascaded down her shoulders. She seemed to be sitting, which made me think she was too small to be a preschooler. Maybe a 1st or 2nd grader, I thought. Maybe she was also waiting to be picked up. Curious, I squinted, trying to see her face more clearly. but as soon as I leaned in closer, she moved, ducking quickly out of sight. A strange chill ran through me. My breath caught in my throat as I sat there, unmoving. Had I really just seen someone? My mind raced to make sense of it. I turned to my friend and told her what I saw. She looked toward the washing area but saw nothing. Still, I insisted that maybe the little girl was just hiding. Maybe she was scared of the dark and didn't want to be alone. I even suggested that we go over and check on her. Just then, Divine returned. I immediately asked if she had seen the girl when she walked past. Her expression shifted, and for a moment she just stared at me as if I had asked something impossible. Then, in a careful voice, she said, "There's no one there. I just passed through the faculty room. The nuns are in their quarters praying. We're the only ones left here." A cold unease settled in my stomach. That couldn't be right. I had just seen her. Determined to prove it, I stood up and hesitated only for a second before walking toward the washing area. My friend, though reluctant, followed close behind. We moved slowly, step by step, taking what felt like an eternity to cross the hallway. When we finally reached the boys' restroom, we hesitated before peeking around the corner into the washing area. It was empty. The space was just as it should have been, nothing but the stone sink, a few scattered drops of water, and the faint echoes of the school's emptiness. No little girl. No sign that anyone had been there at all. My hands went cold. My friend gasped beside me. We glanced around, hoping to spot someone, anyone, nearby. But there was no one. Not across the gymnasium, not in the nearby classrooms, not anywhere in sight. I turned back toward Divine, who had been watching us from the hallway. Her face was unreadable, but she didn't say anything else. She didn't need to. At that moment, my friend's father arrived. Without another word, we rushed to the pedicab and rode away, leaving behind the empty hallway, the silent washing area, and the unanswered questions swirling in my mind. That night, as I lay in bed, I kept replaying the scene over and over. The red dress. The long black hair. The way she had peeked at me from behind the washing area. Why had I felt compelled to look down the hallway at that exact moment? Was she trying to tell me something? Was she waiting for someone? Or was she simply watching, waiting to be seen? I never found out the answers, and perhaps I never will. But what I do know is that she was not the last spirit I would see in that school. I have practiced witchcraft for as long as I can remember, so encounters with spirits and apparitions have been a common part of my life. But there was one night, during a camping trip at Canyon Lake Park near the infamous Devil's Backbone, that left me overwhelmed. I had never seen so many spirits at once, and to this day, I still wonder what exactly I had stumbled upon. For those unfamiliar with the Devil's Backbone region, it is said to be one of the most haunted areas in Texas. Tales of Confederate soldiers, phantom cavalry horses, and Native American spirits are whispered among locals and visitors alike. But my encounter was something I had never heard of before, something that seemed unrelated to the usual legends of the area. It happened in early March of 2008, though I can't recall the exact date. I had planned the trip to take a break, not just from daily life, but from witchcraft itself. I wanted to experience a weekend of normalcy, to pretend, just for a little while, that I was an ordinary person leading an ordinary life. The weather forecast had warned of possible severe storms, which I took as a sign that the park would be nearly empty. When I arrived and checked in with the park ranger, she confirmed my assumption, mentioning that only 4 other visitors had dared to camp that weekend. She smiled kindly and advised me to be careful. I thanked her and set out to enjoy my solitude. I spent most of the day on the lake, paddling my kayak across the water and stopping at a small marina restaurant for lunch. The rain came in bursts but never enough to soak me completely. I even went swimming, relishing the cool embrace of the water. The thought of abandoning my spiritual path crossed my mind more than once. I had seen and experienced so much in my life, but lately it had left me exhausted. Maybe it was time to focus on the living instead of the supernatural. Maybe I could finally step away. As night fell, I secured my kayak and took one last swim before heading to the highest point in the park, a secluded area known as Park 5. The sky had cleared just enough to reveal a scattering of stars, and I thought it would be the perfect place to relax. I had brought a battery-operated DVD player, and I planned to watch a movie under the open sky. The rain had ceased entirely by midnight, and I was determined to enjoy this simple pleasure without any interruptions from the unseen world. But the deer grazing nearby made me uneasy. They were skittish, not because of me, but because of something else. Something unseen was approaching, and I felt it before I saw it. My instincts screamed at me to pay attention, but I forced myself to ignore them. I didn't want to acknowledge anything supernatural. Not tonight. I climbed onto a stone picnic table, set up my DVD player, and pressed play. The film I had chosen, Lady in the Water, felt appropriate given how much time I had spent swimming that day. As I sat there, trying to focus on the screen, I noticed movement from the corner of my eye. At first, it was just a few figures, flickering shadows against the trees. Then, suddenly, there were hundreds. A procession of ghostly apparitions moving past me, their presence undeniable. I could no longer ignore them. They were not like any spirits I had encountered before. They did not seem human, yet they took human form. They wore elaborate medieval masks, concealing their faces. The masks were distinctly European, with a Celtic pagan design, something that had no historical connection to this region. What were they doing here? Why had they gathered in this place? Despite their numbers, most of them ignored me entirely. They were focused on something else, a gathering or celebration that I was not meant to be part of. I was relieved that they didn't seem interested in me, except for one. A small figure, dressed in a medieval jester's costume, lingered nearby. It watched me with undeniable curiosity, tilting its head as if studying me. I tried to shake off the feeling, to ignore it just as I had tried to ignore the procession. But then I felt something else, something crawling on my skin. I grabbed my DVD player and used the dim light from the screen to illuminate my legs and arms. I expected to see nothing, to find my paranoia unfounded. But I was wrong. There were insects, silverfish, centipedes, tiny creatures that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, crawling all over me. I knew I was in the woods, but this was unnatural. It felt like a warning, a message that I was not welcome here. I decided I had seen enough. Slowly and carefully, I stood up and made my way back to my car. But the jester-like entity followed me, keeping its distance yet making its presence known. I got into my vehicle, locked the doors, and tried to calm myself. I hadn't set up my tent due to the wet ground, so at least I had the option to leave. But part of me didn't want to be chased away. I was tired of running from the supernatural. I told myself I would stay until morning. But the small entity had other plans. As I tried to sleep, it played a game of peek-boo with me, appearing and disappearing outside my window. It would press its masked face against the glass, then dart away, only to return moments later. It was relentless. After an hour of this, I had reached my limit. I started my car and drove home, nearly 70 miles away, refusing to spend another second in that place. But even then, the entity did not leave me. I could feel it following me, its presence lingering around my home until dawn finally broke. Only then did it vanish, leaving me with more questions than answers. To this day, I regret not staying long enough to understand what I had witnessed. Who were those masked figures? What were they celebrating? It was too early for Ostra, the spring equinox festival, so what had drawn them to that place? Had I interrupted something sacred? Or had I simply stumbled upon a world that exists parallel to ours, only visible to those who are meant to see it? I may never know. But I do know this: no matter how much I wish for normalcy, the supernatural will always find me. And perhaps, deep down, I will always seek it out. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. A lot has been happening lately. Some things feel comforting, others leave me unsettled. These experiences have left me questioning everything, wondering why this is happening and what it all means. Some moments pass without much thought, but others shake me so deeply that I find myself breaking down, overwhelmed by fear and confusion. One evening, I was sitting outside my brother's room, just casually listening to music while waiting for him to return. It was an ordinary moment, nothing strange, nothing unusual. When he finally arrived, I turned my head toward him, about to say something, but before the words could leave my mouth, my breath caught in my throat. My body went rigid, and a cold wave of fear washed over me. Behind him, standing completely still, was a figure. A solid, shadowed figure of a man. A small scream escaped me, sharp and sudden, making my brother jump. His face shifted to concern as he quickly asked what was wrong. I could barely form the words, but I forced myself to explain what I had just seen, how the figure had stood there, looming right behind him before disappearing into nothing. My brother listened carefully, his expression unreadable at first, but when I finished, his response sent a fresh chill down my spine. I see them too. Up until that moment, I wasn't someone who gave much thought to the paranormal. I believed in spirits, yes, but seeing them? That was something I had never imagined for myself. But after that night, my entire perspective changed. There was no way to deny what I had seen, no way to explain it away as a trick of the light. Something was in our house, and it wasn't just me who had noticed it. My brother and I sat down with our mother, needing answers, and that was when she finally told us the truth. She had been through similar experiences, disturbances, visions, a presence that lingered in the shadows. But what shook me the most was learning that, before I was born, someone had used black magic against her, attempting to prevent her from having a child. She told us how, during that time, she had been attacked by a shadowy presence, something dark and unexplainable. I couldn't help but wonder if that connection still lingered. If something had broken through, something that was now tied to us. After that conversation, we decided to seek help. We had multiple mediums come to the house, hoping for some kind of clarity. They all said the same thing: there was a presence in our home. But I felt it was more than just one. I had a gut feeling that there were two distinct spirits, one that felt neutral, even protective, and another that carried a much heavier, darker energy. Not necessarily demonic, but something that made me uneasy. Sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I would see black mist drifting past, but I always convinced myself that it was just my imagination. The spirits seemed to communicate with me mostly through my dreams rather than in my waking hours, but that didn't make them any less real. I had seen the solid figure of a man twice now, both times in the same hallway, watching silently, as if waiting for something. At night, I would feel cold touches against my skin, especially on the side of my head. There were nights when my hands tingled as if they had gone numb, but the sensation wasn't normal. It felt like something else entirely. Recently, something new had started happening, something even stranger. There would be moments where I felt completely drained, my mind clouded, my thoughts sluggish. It was as if my energy had been pulled from me, leaving me in a daze. But hours later, I would feel fine, as if nothing had happened. One night, as I was sleeping, I heard a voice. It wasn't in a dream, nor was it the kind of half-conscious noise you sometimes imagine when waking up. It was real, clear, and right next to my ear. A low, deliberate whisper that sent ice through my veins. "You think you're clever, don't you?" the voice murmured, soft but laced with something taunting, something cruel. "I'm stronger than you, girl. Try me." My eyes flew open, my heart hammering against my ribs. My body was rigid with fear as I lay there, staring into the darkness of my room. My first thought was that one of my siblings had played a cruel prank, but that made no sense. My door was closed, and the floorboards in my room were loose, meaning that if anyone had walked in, I would have heard them. My bed was against the wall, and I always slept facing away from it. If someone had leaned in to whisper, I would have felt them. But there had been nothing. No movement. No presence. Just that voice, that impossible, terrifying voice. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. All of this is confusing me, breaking me down piece by piece. I don't understand why this is happening, why I'm the one being targeted, why I'm the one seeing these things. It has gotten to the point where I've cried over it, not out of fear but out of exhaustion, out of pure helplessness. I don't know what to do anymore. The only thing that gives me any sense of peace is my faith. I've devoted myself to God, seeking safety in His light, believing that as long as I hold on, I will be protected. I have to believe that. Because if I let that belief slip, I don't know what will happen next. A few years ago, I had an experience that I still can't explain, something that left me shaken in a way nothing else has. It happened on a quiet evening when I was home alone. My parents had gone out to pick up dinner, and my siblings were away at college, so it was just me and our two cats, Velvet and Shadow, in the house. I wasn't worried about being alone. It was a normal night, and I had settled into my usual routine, browsing the internet on my laptop in the living room. The way our house is set up, the living room opens directly into the kitchen through a large doorway, but there's no actual door separating the two spaces. To the side, another open doorway leads to the drawing room and the staircase, which descends to the ground level. From where I was sitting, my back was against the wall, giving me a clear view of both doorways. With the lamp in the drawing room on, I could usually make out anyone moving through the space, even in my peripheral vision. As I sat there, lost in whatever I was reading, I started hearing noises from upstairs. At first, I ignored them. It wasn't unusual for the house to creak, and I figured it was just Shadow knocking something over. Our cats weren't the most graceful creatures, and I'd long since gotten used to random thuds or clatters from above. But then I heard what sounded like footsteps coming down the stairs. Slow, careful steps, like someone descending but hesitating between each one. I turned my head slightly, just enough to catch movement from the corner of my eye. But all I saw was a shadow, just a dark outline at the top of the staircase, unmoving. My heart started to race. Every instinct told me that something, was watching me. Still, I brushed it off. Maybe I was just imagining it. Maybe it was just Shadow playing in the hallway. Velvet was curled up beside me on a cushion, completely relaxed, and she was always the first to react if anything seemed off. If she wasn't alarmed, then I had no reason to be. But then I saw it. A black figure moved down the last few steps, a solid silhouette against the dim light from the drawing room. There was no color, no texture, just an unbroken mass of darkness in the shape of a person. Normally, with the lamp on, I should have been able to see details, maybe even clothing, but this figure was entirely black, smooth and unnatural. At the exact same moment, Velvet sprang up beside me, her fur standing on end. A deep, guttural hiss escaped her as she locked eyes on the staircase. She had only ever reacted like this once before, years ago, when I was home alone and a stranger had come knocking at our door late at night. That time, Velvet had placed herself between me and the door, hissing and growling until I told her to stop. Minutes later, the man had fled. We later found out he had broken into a house just a few doors down, confirming that her reaction that night had been entirely justified. Now, as she hissed with the same intensity, I felt my stomach drop. I forced myself to turn my head fully, my breath catching in my throat. The figure had reached the bottom of the stairs and was moving toward the right, out of my sight, toward the kitchen. I could hear footsteps on the wooden floor, deliberate and slow, as if whoever it was trying not to be heard. Then, suddenly, the footsteps stopped. I held my breath, waiting for someone to step into view, but no one did. Velvet remained tense, her body rigid as she stared toward the kitchen. Then, just as quickly as she had reacted, she stopped. Her fur flattened, her tail lowered, and she curled back up as if nothing had happened. The house fell into absolute silence. It took me a few moments to gather the courage to move. My heart was still racing, but I had to know. I had to check. Swallowing my fear, I stood up and walked toward the kitchen, peering cautiously into the dimly lit room. There was no one there. I checked every corner, every shadowy space where someone could be hiding. Nothing. The doors were all locked, the windows shut. No one had entered or left. And yet something had moved through this house. I was sure of it. Still trying to rationalize what had happened, I made my way upstairs. That's when I noticed something even more disturbing. Several large objects, things that should have been too heavy to move easily, had been shifted from their usual places. A desk had been pushed a foot away from the wall. A shelf full of supplies had been nudged forward. Even the small bookshelf near my siblings' room had been moved slightly. The sounds I had heard earlier, the ones I had dismissed, suddenly made perfect sense. Something had been up here, something strong enough to move furniture. I went back downstairs, shaken. When my parents came home, I told them everything, but they dismissed it as my imagination. Maybe it was the wind. Maybe I had been too caught up in whatever I was reading online. Maybe the cat's reaction was just a coincidence. But I knew better. Velvet had never reacted like that without reason, and the figure I saw was too real, too solid to be a trick of my mind. And the objects upstairs? That wasn't something the wind could have done. Since that night, I haven't seen anything like it again, but I still hear things. Footsteps on the stairs, faint but distinct, moving up and down when no one is there. But they sound different from what I heard that night. These steps are steady, casual, like someone just pacing out of habit. The ones I heard that night were hesitant, calculated, like something was trying not to be noticed. I don't know what I saw. I don't know if it will ever return. But I do know one thing. That night I wasn't alone. Over the past few months, things have been happening around the house, some small, some unnerving. At first, it was nothing major, just the occasional passing shadow or faint whispers that I couldn't quite place. It was the sort of thing I might have brushed off if not for my past experiences. But this time, the activity seemed more focused. It wasn't just random. Whoever or whatever was behind it was specifically trying to get my attention. One morning, I woke up late, which was unusual for me. I always set an alarm, and my internal clock rarely failed me. But that day, I had overslept. Confused, I got up, expecting to at least smell coffee brewing, something I always had programmed the night before. Instead, there was nothing. The house felt off, like something was missing. When I walked into the kitchen, I noticed the digital clock on the coffee maker was flashing midnight, yet the clocks on the stove and microwave were still set. That was odd because if the power had gone out, all of them would be flashing. Even stranger, I noticed the stove clock read 8:16, but the microwave was still set to 8:15, a perfect 1-minute difference. Something about it unsettled me. I reset all 3 clocks, checking my phone to make sure the time was accurate. As soon as it hit 8:16, I systematically went down the row, pressing reset on each one. Then I started my coffee and tried to shake off the eerie feeling settling over me. As I stood at the mirror, finishing my makeup, I saw something move behind me, a shadow darting past. My breath caught in my throat. I knew I was alone. The air around me felt heavier, charged with something unseen. "This wouldn't be your doing, would it?" I muttered under my breath, half joking, half expecting silence in return. I didn't get an answer. But just as I turned to leave, the coffee maker beeped, signaling that it was ready. Later that evening, I returned home after running errands, still thinking about the odd events of the morning. As I walked into the kitchen, I stopped short. The clocks had been tampered with again. The coffee maker and microwave were flashing midnight, but the stove clock still read 8:16, frozen in time as if I had never reset it. "Okay, guys, real funny," I muttered to the empty air, trying to keep my voice light, though the hairs on my arms stood on end. I reset them again, pushing aside my growing unease. I started making dinner, putting in my earbuds to drown out the silence with music. I had just begun chopping vegetables when my left earbud made a crackling noise. That was weird. This earbud had been blown out for a week. Before I could react, a deep, gravelly voice cut through the music, whispering in my ear. "Just a joke." I yelped in shock, my hands slipping. The knife sliced deep into my thumb, sending a sharp pain radiating up my arm. "Fudge, man!" I gasped, dropping the knife into the sink. My heart pounded as I pressed my bleeding finger under the faucet. As I ran it under the water, I felt something else, a gentle pressure between my shoulder blades, like someone lightly touching me. Then a voice, much softer this time, murmured right by my ear. "Sorry." I spun around, expecting to see someone, anyone, but there was no one there. The kitchen was empty. My hands trembled as I quickly bandaged my finger and went to wake up my fiancé, Colin, who had been sleeping after his night shift. When he saw the bandage, he asked what had happened, and I told him everything. He listened, brows furrowed in concern, and suggested we try using an EVP recorder to see if we could figure out who, or what, was behind this. He didn't like me communicating with spirits alone, and honestly I agreed. Whatever was in our house had been playing tricks on me for too long. It was time for some answers. Later that night, we sat in the living room, watching a movie, but I noticed Colin wasn't paying attention. His eyes kept darting toward the hallway. "What's wrong?" I asked. He hesitated. "I keep seeing something moving over there." That was all I needed to hear. We turned off the movie, grabbed the EVP recorder, and went to the hallway where he had seen the shadow. "If you have anything to say to us, feel free to do so now," I said. The energy bars on the recorder spiked immediately, jumping from blue to red in seconds. "Ring." Colin and I exchanged glances. "That's a weird start," he muttered. "Indian stone." I frowned. The words weren't making sense. But spirits didn't always communicate in full sentences. Sometimes, the messages came jumbled or out of order. Colin suddenly pulled the chain around his neck from under his shirt. His class ring dangled from it. "I think it's identifying us. It can see us." I touched the arrowhead necklace he had given me back when we were just friends. The stone felt warm against my skin. Colin turned back to the recorder. "We understand that you can see us. Can you show us where you are?" A dark shadow appeared at the guest bedroom door. Then it moved inside. I swallowed hard and stepped forward, flipping on the light. The room was empty, but the air felt thick, charged. Then, a scent hit me, cigarette smoke. Neither of us smoked inside. And no one had been in that room for months. Colin pressed forward. "May I ask your name?" Silence. "What is keeping you here?" "Secret." "Is there any way we can help you?" "Find her." I felt a chill run down my spine. "Who? What is her name?" But there was no response. We ended the session, both of us feeling unsettled. Since that night, I've seen the spirit a few times, always in more detail. A short man, wearing blue jeans, work boots, and a plaid shirt, his dark hair cropped short. He always seems to be smoking, though the cigarette itself is never visible. We still don't know who the woman he wants us to find is. Maybe one day we will. If that's what's keeping him here, then I hope we can help. As for the other presence, the prankster, it's still around. It messes with clocks, tilts picture frames, and occasionally turns the TV on or off. Nothing extreme, but enough to remind us that in this house, we are never truly alone. The night my sister was admitted to the hospital was the first time I had ever been left alone in the house overnight. My parents had to stay with her, and they didn't want me to go with them because I had exams the next day. I understood their reasoning, but it didn't make being alone any easier. The night started off fine, though an uneasy feeling settled in as soon as the house grew silent. I kept thinking about my sister, worrying about her condition, but beyond that, my mind began to wander. When you're alone at night, you can't help but think about what else might be there with you, things you can't see but feel watching. Before, when we still had a maid, she once told me that strange things happened during the early hours of the morning. She said that someone would twist the knob of her door, my door now, as if trying to enter. Fortunately, she always kept it locked. She also heard things being moved in the kitchen when everyone was already in bed. She never saw anything, but she knew she wasn't imagining it. My uncle, who had stayed in our house for a short time, once told us he had seen people in the house, people who weren't supposed to be there. It was as if our home had something against outsiders because these strange experiences always happened to those who were only temporarily living with us. I had never experienced anything like that myself, but that night, I started to wonder if I would. I had always been prone to sleep paralysis. It usually happened when I was stressed, and with exams looming and my sister in the hospital, my mind was already on edge. I had experienced sleep paralysis consecutively before, but it was always the same. I would be caught in a half-awake, half-asleep state. I could see my room, sense everything around me, but my body refused to move. That night, I felt it coming again. As soon as I drifted into sleep, I realized I was paralyzed. My body was heavy, and no matter how much I tried, I couldn't move. I kept my eyes open, staring at the dim room, waiting for the sensation to pass. But then, I heard something new. A laugh. It was a girl's voice, clear and light, but it carried an eerie quality that sent chills down my spine. It was close, right beside my bed. I couldn't move. I couldn't turn my head to look. I could only stare at the ceiling, willing my body to wake up. My heart pounded against my ribs as the laughter continued, as if she were mocking me. I had never heard anything like this before. I had never felt another presence during sleep paralysis. My breathing grew shallow. Every second felt like an eternity. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The paralysis lifted. I shot up in bed, panting, my skin covered in sweat. I wanted to believe it was just my mind playing tricks on me. Sleep paralysis could cause hallucinations, that's what all the articles said. But it felt real. Too real. The rest of the night passed without incident. I kept the lights on and forced myself to stay awake until exhaustion finally won. The next morning, I went straight to the hospital to visit my sister. My father was there, looking relieved to see me. But then he asked me something that sent a cold shiver down my spine. "Did our neighbor sleep over with you?" I frowned. "No. I was home alone." His expression shifted. "Are you sure?" "Of course," I said. "Why?" He hesitated for a moment before continuing. "This morning, I called the house. You answered. But you didn't say anything. All I heard was laughing in the background." I froze. Laughing? A chill ran down my spine. He must have seen the look on my face because he quickly added, "I thought maybe you accidentally pressed the answer button and that the laughing was your neighbor's voice. That's why I assumed she stayed over." My throat went dry. I pulled out my phone, hands slightly shaking, and checked my call log. He wasn't lying. There it was, an incoming call from my father in the early morning. I had been asleep at that time. My phone had been on the table, at least a meter away from my bed. I couldn't have answered it in my sleep. The reality of the situation settled over both of us. My father didn't say anything more, but I knew we were both thinking the same thing. Someone, something, had answered that call. And whoever it was had laughed in the background. As a kid, I had always been afraid of things that went bump in the night. I can't remember exactly when it started, but I know it had been with me for as long as I could recall. Maybe it had something to do with my parents' divorce back in 1965 when I was just 4 or 5 years old. My mom raised my younger brother and me alone after that, and maybe the uncertainty of those years left me feeling more vulnerable than most kids my age. It wasn't that I had any direct experiences with the paranormal. Not at first, at least, but I was always scared of noises. I would lie awake at night, hearing what I thought were footsteps outside my window. Of course, this was back when we lived in an apartment complex, so logically, it could have been any of the tenants walking around. But my imagination didn't care much for logic. Even later, when we moved into houses, I would sometimes swear I heard someone walking in the hallway on the carpet in the middle of the night. There was always something making me uneasy. When I was 5, I was temporarily living with my grandparents. One morning, I woke up on the floor next to the bed. That alone didn't scare me. I figured I must have fallen off in my sleep. But another night, something happened that I couldn't explain. I woke up, panicked, and called out for my aunt. Something I couldn't see, was shaking my bed. Not just once or twice, but intermittently, as if trying to get my attention. My aunt came in, laid beside me for a while, and the shaking stopped. She told me I must have been having a nightmare. For years after that, I believed that nightmares could happen while you were wide awake. Because I knew, even at that young age, that I hadn't been dreaming. Fast forward about 10 years. My mom had remarried, and the man she married legally adopted my brother and me. He was the closest thing to a father we had known in years. We had moved into a brand new house, a typical ranch-style home, nothing old or mysterious, just another suburban development spreading across the Phoenix area. It wasn't the kind of house you'd expect to have history. By then, I had mostly outgrown my childhood fears. I still had my moments, imagining footsteps in the hallway, feeling like I wasn't quite alone in the dark, but I had learned to dismiss it. I assumed it was just the sound of the air conditioning kicking on or the way the house settled at night. But then, when my dad was assigned overseas in 1974, something happened that I still can't explain. I was a freshman in high school, and with my dad away, my mom had taken to leaving the kitchen light on at night. I liked it too. It made the house feel less empty. I always slept with my bedroom door open, letting the warm glow from the hallway seep in. It made me feel safe. Until that night. I remember waking up suddenly, my eyes instinctively shifting toward the little red travel alarm clock on my nightstand. The time read exactly 1:20 a.m. I had no idea what had woken me, but as I lay there, my eyes drifted toward the open doorway. And that's when I saw it. A shadow. It was cast on the hallway wall just outside my bedroom, sharp and distinct against the soft glow of the kitchen light. It was the silhouette of a person. And it was moving. I could hear it too. Slow, deliberate footsteps pressing into the carpet, coming closer to my doorway. Panic gripped me, but I couldn't move. I wasn't thinking about ghosts. In my mind, this was real. This was an intruder, a flesh-and-blood person who had broken into our home and was about to attack. My heart pounded as I waited for whoever it was to step into the doorway, to finally reveal themselves. But that never happened. The shadow just stopped. It didn't hesitate, didn't shift in place, just froze completely. Then, without warning, it began to fade. The darkness melted into nothing, the footsteps ceased, and all that remained was the empty hallway. I don't know how long I sat there staring, unable to comprehend what I had just seen. Eventually, terror overwhelmed me, and I jumped out of bed, running straight to my mother's room. I woke her up, breathless, trying to explain what had just happened. Half asleep, she dismissed it as my imagination. I wanted to believe her. I needed to believe her. The next morning, I checked all the doors and windows. Everything was locked, just as it had been the night before. There was no sign of a break-in. No footprints. No evidence that anyone had been there at all. For a while, I convinced myself that I had imagined it. Maybe it was just the light playing tricks on me. Maybe my half-awake mind had filled in the gaps with fear. And I might have gone on believing that, if it weren't for what happened a year later. By then, my dad was back home, and life had returned to normal. It was a Saturday night, and I woke up again. This time, it was the sound of movement in the hallway. I could hear the shuffling of feet, slow and steady, moving toward the kitchen. The hallway light was still on, casting shadows onto the wall. I could see someone moving out there. I figured it was my dad. He had a habit of falling asleep on the couch in the family room, staying up long after the TV stations had signed off for the night. Maybe he had just woken up and was heading to bed. But then I noticed something strange. The figure I saw in the hallway wasn't walking toward the bedrooms. It was moving back and forth, pacing near the kitchen. I sat up, waiting for him to finish whatever he was doing. But the sound suddenly stopped, and the shadow was gone. Curious, I got up and went to check. The kitchen was empty. No one was there. I glanced toward the family room, and that's when my stomach dropped. My dad was still on the couch, completely out cold, snoring lightly. He hadn't moved in hours. The TV was on static, the same way it had been before I went to bed. I just stood there, staring, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. Had I imagined it? Had I really seen someone walking back and forth just moments ago? A chill ran down my spine as I turned and hurried back to my room, shutting the door behind me. I didn't sleep much that night. Looking back, I don't know what I experienced. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me, a lingering fear from my childhood. Or maybe, just maybe, there really was something else in that house, something that only showed itself in the quiet hours of the night. I never saw the shadow again after that. But sometimes, late at night, I would lie awake, staring at my doorway, waiting, just in case. My first day of middle school was a day I had been looking forward to for weeks. I was eager to talk to everyone, meet new people, and make as many friends as possible. It was an exciting time, full of new experiences and unfamiliar faces. I was especially thrilled when I got the chance to talk to some of the older kids. It felt like a big deal back then, being acknowledged by the upperclassmen. At some point during that first week, one of the older students told me a story that stuck with me. They said that years ago, there had been a terrible car accident right in front of the school. The driver had crashed into a tree and, badly injured, had somehow managed to make their way up to the school's front doors before collapsing and passing away. Whether or not the story was true, I wanted to believe it. It gave the school an eerie, mysterious feel, like it had a history beyond what we saw every day. There was one place in particular that gave me the creeps more than anywhere else: the girls' bathroom near the front of the school. It was located just to the right when you walked in, and for some reason, nobody ever seemed to use it. You'd think it would have been the most convenient bathroom, being so close to the entrance and the cafeteria, but people avoided it. Something about it always felt off. Months passed, and I became more comfortable with middle school. I joined the theater club and was overjoyed when I landed a role in our upcoming play. Staying after school for rehearsals became one of my favorite things, especially since it meant spending extra time with my new friends. The layout of our school was a little strange. When you entered the main lobby, directly ahead of you were two sets of double doors leading into the cafeteria. Inside the cafeteria, off to the right, was the stage where we'd be performing. Behind the stage was a massive curtain, and if you pulled it back, you could see straight into the gymnasium. If you didn't walk straight into the cafeteria but turned right instead, you'd find yourself in a long hallway. On one side was the gym's own set of doors, and directly across from it was that bathroom. The creepy one. The night of the play finally arrived. The gym was buzzing with activity as the cast members got ready, going over lines and fixing costumes while the audience of parents and teachers gathered on the other side of the curtain in the cafeteria. My scene wasn't until the second act, so I had plenty of time to sit and let my nerves build. As the minutes passed, my anxiety turned into an overwhelming need to use the bathroom. I tried to ignore it, but the more I waited, the worse it got. Finally, I caved and told my friends I needed to go. But the only bathroom nearby was the one across the hall. I begged my friends to come with me, but everyone was too busy getting ready. I even asked them to just stand outside the door and wait, but no one could spare the time. So, I had no choice. I stepped out of the gym, my heart pounding a little harder than it should have been for something as simple as using the bathroom. The hallway felt eerily quiet, the distant murmur of the audience on the other side of the cafeteria barely reaching my ears. As I pushed the bathroom door open, a chill ran down my spine. I hurried into the first stall closest to the door, wanting to make this as quick as possible. Just as I sat down, I heard the heavy creak of the door swinging open again. I wasn't alone. Curious but uneasy, I peeked through the small gap between the stall door and the frame. A shadow passed across my view, heading toward the far end of the bathroom. I waited to hear the sound of another stall door closing, but instead, there was only silence. Something felt wrong. Slowly, I leaned down and glanced under the stalls. No feet. Every stall was empty. A wave of ice-cold fear washed over me. My breath caught in my throat as I sat frozen, listening, waiting. My mind raced, trying to come up with a rational explanation. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe someone had walked in and then changed their mind and left. Then, the sink turned on by itself. I flinched at the sound of rushing water, my heart now hammering in my chest. Slowly, I forced myself to stand up, unlatched the stall door, and stepped out toward the sink. The water was still running. With a shaky hand, I reached over and turned it off. Then I turned off mine. I couldn't get out of there fast enough. Grabbing some paper towels, I barely dried my hands before bolting out of the bathroom. As I sped down the hallway, trying to push down the panic clawing at my chest, I saw someone ahead of me. A girl. She was walking toward the end of the hallway, her back turned to me. Her dress was a soft powder blue, coming just past her knees. Her long, wavy dark hair swayed slightly as she moved. Something about her was odd. For a moment I thought maybe she was one of the girls from the play, but then I realized she wasn't going toward the gym or the cafeteria doors. She was heading toward a dead end. And then, right before my eyes, she vanished. Not into a doorway. Not around a corner. She just disappeared into thin air. My breath hitched, and suddenly, I was sprinting. I didn't care how crazy I looked or how fast my heart was beating. I just needed to get back to the gym. I crashed through the doors, nearly falling over myself as I burst into the room. Everyone turned to look at me. My friends rushed over, their faces full of concern. "Are you okay?" one of them asked, wide-eyed. I couldn't even speak at first. My chest heaved as I tried to catch my breath. Finally, I blurted out the whole story, the figure in the bathroom, the sink turning on by itself, and the girl in the hallway. They stared at me, half in disbelief, half in fear. Needless to say, from that night on, none of us used that bathroom for the next 3 years. It remained avoided, a place we whispered about but never dared enter alone. To this day, I still don't know what I saw. But I know, without a doubt, that something was in that bathroom with me. And I don't think it ever left.